Today, we are gathered here to learn about sports, know about sports, and learn the importance, the impact of sports on not just one individual's health, but also the country and eventually the world. Sports has been very important, not that we know about it, but sports actually is very important for our health, and we all know about that. So we are gathered here to learn about the importance of sports. And again, I'd like to formally welcome all of you to Nepal International Running Conference 2025, which is being held in Nepal for the very first time. Actually in South Asia for the very first time. So a huge round of applause for Nepal International Conference 2025. Now, we would like to formally begin the event by singing our national anthem. I'd like to request the technical team to be ready, and also would like to request all of you to please stand up and honor our national anthem. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome our guests for the event. Mr. Nanda Basyal, Board Member of National Sports Council. Mr. Jagdish Bhatta, Chief Coach, Volleyball. Olympian and the legend of martial arts, Mr. Deepak Bista. Before moving towards the inauguration, I'd like to mention our special guest as well. She is none other than Miss Nepal World 2023. Miss World has recently happened in India, and our beloved Miss Nepal has done exceptionally well, who is also an advocate of environment and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please introduce you Miss Nepal World 2023, Miss Richa Pradhan. Now we're ready for the inauguration, and for our international guests who do not know, we usually light lamps while inaugurating an event, but yesterday, June 5th, was World Environment Day, and to honor our environment, we believe that not just one single day in the year, but entire year, 365 days in a year, we believe we have to acknowledge the environment we're living in. So in order to honor our environment, we are watering the plants that you can see in front of you all on the stage. So our inauguration is going to be quite unique, honoring World Environment Day. And for the inauguration, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Paco Borao, President of IAMS, Association of International Marathon and Distance Race. I would also like to welcome Mr. Tonko Lal Khising, National Sports Council, Member Secretary of National Sports Council. And alongside, I would also like to welcome Mr. Deepak Bista, Nepal Olympian, President of Nepal Olympian Association, Mr. Deepak Bista. We are officially inaugurating the event by watering the plants. Very thoughtful indeed. Whoever has come up with this idea of watering plants as inauguration deserves to be applauded. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I please request the guests to take their seats. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. T.S. Thakuri, AIMS Ambassador and founder of Nepalganj Marathon, for his welcome speech.
Welcome to all presenting here, especially President Paco Borao, AIMS President, samely, respected Member Secretary, National Sports Council, AIMS Board General Secretary, Youth Jones, Treasurer Al Boka, and all Board of Director, Rena Nils, Rachid Root, Shelly Brano, Sarah, who is Personal Secretary of Paco, and Rajesh ji, Akira, AIMS Ambassador Dijan, the journey of AIMS boat to Nepal marks a historic moment for Nepal long distance and marathon history. And this proud gathering of all stakeholders in this conference will an incredible journey for us into the future. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of all running sports family in Nepal to extend our sincere gratitude to the President, Mr. Paco Borao, and entire board members for the trust they have shown on us. We are honored and feel victorious to host this event. Nepal shows a promise to the future of long-distance run, though we are a young member in this special category of athleticism and sportsmanship. Our history from now onwards will be shaped and shared towards a common and strong heritage of global recognition and success. We are a country full of natural runners, people who grow up walking and running through hills and mountains every day. What used to be a part of daily life is now becoming a great strength in trail and long-distance running, with Pokhara, Nepalganj, and Kathmandu becoming a symbol of success story in long-distance running. The combined efforts have put in Nepal in reckoning. Mr. President, we believe with the increasing and improving of the numbers of athletes participating in the marathon and long distance, we will definitely look for a push into the international exposure and reputation. With your team in Nepal, we believe we have left no stone unturned to present you our hope and commitment for the future of our own. Our people, our government, and the whole country stand together for the development and delivery. We need your esteemed association to help us realize our dream. To be honest, we have already started the run and we are not stopping. This is not just about races. This is about rising. Nepal is ready to take its place in the global running family. With strength in our legs and hope in our hearts, we are running into the future. The world will not just watch Nepal run, it will run with us. Thank you. मेरो एकदमै श्रद्धेय व्यक्तित्वहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ निलेन्द्र दाई खडक दाई तेज दाई हाम्रो दिल दाई विक्रम दाईहरू सुवर्ण सर जसलाई हामीले हेरेर हामीले यो म्याराथनमा पाइला चाल्यौं काठमाडौँ म्याराथन पोखरा म्याराथन एकदम पुरानो म्याराथन नेपालमा र आज संयोगवश हामी तीनवटा म्याराथन एम्ससँग रिकग्नाइज छौं र नेपालमा यो रनिङ कल्चरको प्रवर्धनका लागि हामीहरू जस एकदम आपसी एकदम मैत्रीपूर्ण सम्बन्धका आधारमा हामी अगाडि बढिरहेका छौं र आज यो हामीले नेपालमा पनि केही गरौँ रनिङ कल्चर यो लोकतन्त्रमा सुन्ने र सुनाउने एउटा संस्कारको पनि विकास गर्नुपर्छ र यो खेलकुदमा पनि हुनुपर्छ भन्ने उद्देश्यले हामीले यो आयोजनाको जमर्को गरेका हौं र आज यहाँहरूले पक्कै पनि आज दिनभरि बस्नुभयो भने धेरै कुराहरू सिक्न पाउनुहुन्छ एउटा ग्लोबल रनिङको एउटा मुभमेन्ट कसरी अगाडि बढिरहेछ हामीले टाटा मुम्बई म्याराथन जो दक्षिण एसियामा एउटा लिडिङ म्याराथनको रूपमा अगाडि बढेको छ उहाँहरू आउनु भएको छ केबिन परेरा एन्ड सन्दीप मदन उहाँहरूले एउटा आज प्रेजेन्टेसन दिनुहुनेछ त्यसैगरी अन्य व्यक्तित्वहरूको पनि प्रेजेन्टेसन छ प्यानल डिस्कसन छ र एउटा भन्नै पर्ने कुरा बेलग्रेड म्याराथनको रेस डाइरेक्टर आउनु भएको छ डिजन उहाँको फेरि आफ्नै खालको फिलोसफी छ संसारमा नम्बर मात्रै होइन दौडमा म्याराथनमा संख्या एउटा कुरा हो तर म्याराथनको आफ्नै पहिचान हुनुपर्छ भन्ने खालको उहाँहरूको आफ्नो फिलोसफी छ त्यही भएर उहाँहरूको एउटा युनिक प्रेजेन्टेसनहरू उहाँको पनि छ र हामीले पक्कै पनि सन्तोषीले जुन नेपालको एउटा हामीले म्याराथनको सेक्टरमा एउटा गर्व गर्न लागेको एउटा खेलाडी जन्माएका छौं सन्तोषी श्रेष्ठको आज पाको बोराओ जो एम्सको प्रेसिडेन्टसँग विशेष साक्षात्कार छ त्यसबाट पनि हामीले संसार कसरी अगाडि बढेको रहेको छ तर रनिङमा भन्ने कुरा पक्कै पनि पाको बोराओबाट सुन्नेछौँ र धेरै कुराहरू यो एउटा सिक्ने र सिकाउने अन्तर्क्रिया गर्ने प्लेटफर्म हो यो सबैको साथ सहयोग प्राप्त भयो भने आगामी दिनमा हामीले यसलाई अझ राम्रो तरिकाले लैजाने प्रयत्न गरिरहेका छौँ पक्कै पनि विदेशीहरू आउनु भएको छ नेपालमा उहाँहरू खुसी गराउने हामीले प्रयत्न गरिरहेका छौँ र उहाँहरूको मार्फतबाट थोरै भए पनि देशको एउटा अर्थतन्त्रमा योगदान पुगोस् भनेर हामी लागिरहेका छौँ पर्सितिर केही टिमहरू माउन्टेन फाइट गर्छु भनिराख्नु भएको छ पक्कै पनि यस्तै कुराहरूले गर्दाखेरि नै हो देशको एउटा अर्थतन्त्रमा योगदान गर्ने हामी सबैजना विदेश जाने भन्छौँ विदेश जाने भन्दा पनि हामीले विदेशीलाई नेपालमा कसरी ल्याउने भन्ने खालको कार्यक्रमहरू गर्न सकियो भने यो पक्कै राम्रो हुनेछ यो अलिकति म यहाँहरूलाई सेयर गरौँ थाइल्यान्डमा थाइल्यान्ड मास पार्टिसिपेसन स्पोर्ट्स एसोसिएसन छ जसको अध्यक्ष हाम्रो हुनुहुन्छ रुट हुनुहुन्छ उहाँको पनि आज प्यानल डिस्कसन छ उहाँहरूले त्यो थाइल्यान्डमा विभिन्न रनिङ अर्गनाइजरहरू मिलेर त्यो एसोसिएसन बनाउनु भएको छ र उहाँहरूले एसिया रोड रेस फोरम भनेर अनि हरेक वर्षको हरेक सहरमा हरेक आयोजकहरूले त्यसको आतिथ्यता गर्ने गरी गर्नुभएको हुन्छ हामीले पनि परिकल्पना करिब त्यही नै गरेको यो नेपाल इन्टरनेसनल रनिङ कन्फरेन्स कसैको एउटा व्यक्तिगत वा कसै कुनै एउटा संस्थाको मात्रै भन्नुभन्दा पनि यसलाई एउटा साझा बनाऊ भन्ने प्रयत्न हाम्रो छ भोलिको दिनमा हुनसक्छ कुनै बेला म पोखरा म्याराथनले यसको होस्ट गर्ने कुनै बेला काठमाडौँ म्याराथनले गर्ने हुनसक्छ एउटा इमेजिन गरौँ कुनै बेला एभरेस्ट म्याराथन एभरेस्ट बेस क्याम्पमै गएर पनि गर्न सकिन्छ कि त्यो भयो भने पनि हामीले विदेशीहरूलाई धेरै आकर्षित गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने लाग्छ र त्यो परिकल्पना अनुसार यो सुरुवात गरिएको छ सुरुको वर्षमा हामीले अलिकति अलिक बढी आँट गरेका छौँ र बिस्तारै यसलाई अगाडि लैजाने प्रयत्न गरेका छौँ राष्ट्रिय खेल परिषदका सदस्य सचिव यहीँ हुनुहुन्छ। हामी आशा गर्छौँ यसलाई वार्षिक क्यालेन्डरमा राखिदिनु भयो भने पक्कै यो एउटा नेपालको रनिङ इन्डस्ट्री मात्रै होइन, यसले समग्र स्पोर्ट्स इन्डस्ट्रीलाई नै एउटा नयाँ दिशा दिन सक्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। र एम्ससँग हामीले अनुरोध गरिरहेका छौँ। एम्सले चाहिँ यसलाई हरेक वर्ष हामीलाई सघाउने एउटा आश्वासन दिनुभएको छ। पक्कै पनि यो पनि हामीले यो कन्फरेन्सपछि उहाँहरूसँग पनि अलग्गै डायलगहरू गरौँला। उहाँहरूले एक्सपर्टहरू पठाइदिने मात्रै समन्वय गरिदिनु भयो भने हाम्रो रनिङ यो कन्फरेन्सले एउटा लय समाज छ र भोलि धेरै नेपालीहरूले अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय समुदायबाट केही सिक्ने र सिकाउने अवसर प्राप्त गर्ने एउटा मञ्च तयार हुनेछ। मैले धेरै समय लिइनँ, सबैजनालाई कसैको मैले नाम लिन छुट्याउँला। सबैजना हाम्रो पत्रकार साथीहरू अथवा हाम्रा अतिथिहरू सबैजना हाम्रो सबैलाई मैले यो कार्यक्रममा स्वागत गर्छु र हामी योभन्दा पनि बढी अरू आकर्षित कार्यक्रम छन् त्यहाँ जान्छौँ। हवस्, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, T.S. Thai. As T.S. Thai rightly said, the world will not just watch Nepal run, but also will join us. We keep the hope alive and move forward. Now, it's time for a presentation on running on the roof of the world, the Everest Marathon story. And for that, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Bikram Pandey, founder, Tenzing Hillary Everest Marathon. Mr. Bikram Pandey.
Namaste, everybody. As the MC has announced that running on the roof of the world, it's a new brand she has given, but we have been doing it for the last 21 years as Tenzing Hillary Everest Marathon, dedicated to the two great souls who climbed or walked to the unknown peak or the unknown summit of the world, planet Earth, for the first time in 1953 on May 29, which brought a great victory for the entire mankind and which glorified the entire mankind civilization, regardless of their origin, passports, or identity card. They were simply human beings, and they did it, for the glorification of the whole entire mankind or human civilization. They are Sir Tenzing Hillary, Sir Edmund Hillary, and Tenzing Norgay Sherpa. They are no more with us, but the whole idea of this marathon was to honor them as two great souls who did it, who proved it, and who showed the world that human being can do it. And we have given some of our brochure there. You may have a look at it. So this year we celebrated 72 years of the first ascent of Mount Everest, and we also celebrated 21st successful series of Tenzing Hillary Everest Marathon. So while my friend, Mr. T.S. Thakuri, the ambassador of AIMS in Nepal and founder of Nepalganj Marathon, has said most of the thing, and he has also outlined how many marathons are there at present. There may be more than what he has said, like, Nepalganj Marathon, Jumla Marathon, blah, 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 Kantipur Marathon, Kathmandu Marathon, and Green Marathon, Protein Marathon, so many marathons he has outlined here. But there are so many marathons in Nepal running around here these days because everybody feels in Nepal that marathon running has become a lifestyle now. Everywhere, in every country, even in India, like Colonel Saab is here. I met him, few minutes ago. In India, everywhere, marathon is being organized and everybody is running. So this has become in some ways a lifestyle, in India also. And Nepal obviously is a great land of great extreme, landscapes. And it's a great land of all the opportunities for the sportsmen, whether we call the runner a sportsman or not. But I think running is also a sports. And mountaineering is also a sports. That's why they started climbing big mountains like Mount Everest and Annapurna. And recently we celebrated the 75 year of the first ascent of Mount Annapurna, 8,091 meter. That was by Maurice Herzog and his team. And some story says that when they climbed the mountain, they thought that Mount Annapurna was the highest peak in the world. They didn't realize that there is another mountain, higher than Everest. I mean, it's a story only, but I think in 1854 or something, height of the Mount Everest was already established, 8848. So anyway, story is there, which is always good. So now I would like to, since I have been given a title of keynote speaker, so I'll have to follow the protocols and formats of a keynote speaker. So I'm going to read out these all. So please have a patience. Please bear with me. So Mr. President of AIMS, Paco Barrero, and let me repeat, Honorable President of AIMS, Mr. Paco Barrero, Honorable Member Secretary of National Sports Council, Honorable T.S. Thakuri, because he is honorable from our heart, T.S. Thakuri, AIMS Ambassador in Nepal and founder of Nepalganj Marathon, all distinguished guests present here today from all walk of life, from all different credentials, excellencies, international partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Namaste from the heart of the Himalayas. It is true. While I'm speaking, I'm going to show you some of these slides of recent, marathon in Everest, so it can give you some idea what we really do in various ways to keep the run more interesting and attractive. It is a true privilege for me to be speaking with you today about an opportunity that is both exciting and transformative, the emergence of marathon events as a pillar of Nepal's tourism industry. We live in an era where tourism is no longer limited to sightseeing, vacation, trekking, or pilgrimage. Today's travelers seek experience, challenge, authenticity, and connection to test their endurance and capabilities. And there is no better way to offer that than through marathon tourism, a fusion of sport, nature, and culture. So Nepal, a natural stage for the world runners. Obviously, when Greek soldier, when there was a war in the coastal flat ground of the marathon, actually, the name marathon is beautiful. It's a name of a plant. And that flat grassland in the coastal, region of the Greece and Porcian, across the sea, they had a big battle, and one of the soldiers was given a task to carry the message to the government in Athens that Porcia has been defeated. So he ran all the way from, that is what the story is, 490 BC. He ran all the way to Athens to give a letter and to inform the government there that Porcia has been defeated. Now that 42 kilometer has become an iconic, running distances. That's a basic. Of course, there are many other ultra marathons. Now today it has become a lifestyle, like I said. So coming back to Nepal, a natural stage for the world runners. Nepal is already known worldwide for adventure, home to 8 highest mountain peaks in the world, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, and a vibrant mosaic of over 130 ethnic groups. But beyond the trails to Everest and the temples of Kathmandu lies an untapped potential, our landscape as a running destination. With this in mind, I started Tenzing Hillary Everest Marathon in 2024. That was May 29, but the test marathon was tested in 2003. And that was the time our chief guest was the grandson of Tenzing Norgay Sherpa, who climbed Mount Everest in 1953 together with Sir Edmund Hillary. That was the time, as a chief guest, he christened the name of this marathon as Tenzing Hillary Marathon. Otherwise, it was running as Everest Marathon only in 2003. From the Everest Base Camp to Namche Bazar, we start from the highest point. The map shows 5,360, but it's nearly 5,400 plus 1 because the landscapes changes, and we go to the highest top of the hill, like they say, little higher ridges, and we do our marathon. And we run down to the capital of Sherpas. that is called Namche Bazaar, which crisscrossing, the valleys, the rhododendron forest, the orchid forest, the monasteries, Buddhist monasteries, and the stupas, the hanging bridge, whatnot. Everything is there. And we are running through the habitat of the highland musk deer. I'm talking about the buck, the musk deer, not Elon Musk. The musk deer who maintain the ecological balance in the Mount Everest highland, okay? And Namche Bazaar, by combining adventure, thrill, running together with business model that I developed for its sustainability, keeping the ecotourism in mind. We are the, Mr. President of AIMS, we are the only marathon organizer who is also doing lots of plantation. You have seen in some of the pictures, to stop the climate change by protecting the environment of the Mount Everest. And all our runners and trekkers, they plant a tree there so that they present themselves to the whole world that they are responsible runners or green runners, whatever. But that culture is now, getting more popular among the marathon runners. Now we embark new journey in the marathon in the name of the, and we also, we operate this Everest Marathon as athletic sports like AIMS or Olympic Games, whatever. But we have also created in the lowland, like we start the highest marathon in the world from the foot of the highest mountain peak in the world, that is Mount Everest. And we also organize one marathon in one of the lowest region, 50 meter, okay? And that is the birthplace of Lord Buddha, who is the apostle of peace. So how this marathon came all about, because I was so passionate about it. So I created a sports event called Lumini Peace Marathon, which we have called it as spiritual sports running marathon. So why it is spiritual? Because you are running on the story of Lord Buddha, okay? So it is also getting very popular. While sports, athletic sports has been burned in Europe somewhere, anywhere. The first spiritual sports is burned in Nepal on 12th of March 2017 under the name of Lumini Peace Marathon, okay? This is what we are doing. Now, we have also started to give a, big momentum to this new emerging lifestyle. We have also started from next year a Queen Maya Buddha Marathon dedicated to Queen Maya Devi, who gave a birth to her child, baby Buddha, who was later to be a Buddha and who was supposed to renounce all his palatial luxury life in search of the truth. What for? To relieve the sorrow and sufferings of the mankind all over the world. Today, Buddhism is all over the world. You go to China, you go to far off to Macedonia, you still find some Buddhist, influence there. So we have also, and this is the first marathon dedicated to a queen. This is the first marathon dedicated to a woman, which we hope that it will also empower, the women communities of the whole world. Right now, my target is 500 million Buddhist women living around the Buddhist countries to offer them as a pilgrimage destination, because in no other religion, there is a separate identity pilgrimage destination for the ladies, for the queens, or for the women. So this Queen Maya Marathon in Lumbini, from the point she gave a birth to baby Buddha, and she walked back to her palace, which comes around 40.41 kilometer. Then we make little circle, roundabout, then it becomes 42.195. And this is going to be one of the biggest women, spiritual sports marathon run on the trail. Queen Maya carried her baby Buddha, breastfeeding, and she returned to home from Lumbini, present-day Lumbini, to Tilora Court Palace of Lord Buddha. So in trail of Mount Annapurna, Mount Manasalu, and Mustang Highlands, imagine running through the spiritual sites of Lumbini, and imagine running above the clouds in high altitude race near Everest Base Camp. These are not dreams, these are not possibilities. Together with you, marathon tourism, because we need it in Nepal. While sports angle is there, athletic angle is there, we maintain that. But we also try to bring some economics, through the help of marathon. We add some value to it, which can give some job employment, job results. Someday, if you have a time, please join us and see for yourself, how we have successfully, added this different value of economics. Economics not in Singaporean style, economics not in New York style, economics, the ground economics, the basic economics, the grassroots economics. And it is giving a very good momentum. It's going slowly up, and people are pretty excited about that. What they are learning during this marathon period by doing some entrepreneurial business, handicraft, food, lodging, hotels, restaurant and all. And what they are learning as an art of entrepreneurship, which they cannot learn in Harvard University or Oxford University because they can't afford it. But they can learn the first level of art of doing business, doing the art of entrepreneurship, they are learning from our Everest Marathon. Globally, marathon events generate billions of dollars annually in travel, hospitality, gear, sponsorship, and media coverage. But beyond the numbers, they offer something even more valuable: global visibility, long-term economic ripple effect, and community empowerment. Veteran tourism leader Karna Sake submitted a proposal to the government of Nepal back in 1999 to celebrate 2000 as an sports tourism year, highlighting marathon as a major product. However, it could not materialize, but I listened him carefully, followed his idea, and adopted it. And the result is a magic. Nepal's tourism, if you see, including marathon, is all created by individual efforts. While there is a government support also, like we have a National Sports Council also here, but you see, what I have tried to clarify here to this August presence today is that there are two types of marathon in Nepal now. One is purely athletic under the government banner. One is another more, fun marathon, fun sports, or tourism sports for tourism. Now look at my Everest Marathon. I have 12 nights, 13 days trekking before the marathon starts. So it's a beautiful tourism product, and it's a beautiful tourism package. In Nepal's case, this is particularly promising because we have the natural diversity to host everything from city marathons to extreme ultra trails. Our cultural and spiritual depths add layer of meaning to every step a runner takes. We offer a cost-effective, high-impact tourism product in a world that increasingly seeks unique, sustainable, and off-the-beaten-path experience. Nepal has this unique advantage. Nepal is uniquely positioned to become a major premier destination for marathon tourism. Geographic diversity. From the lowland of Tarai, which is a lowland, Tarai to the high-altitude trails of Himalayas, we can host variety of marathon formats: urban, cross-country, trail, and ultra-marathons. Cultural heritage, connecting with our cultural heritage. Our routes can pass through ancient temples, villages, monasteries, World Heritage Sites, offering cultural riches unmatched anywhere in the world. So we have natural beauty. Imagine running against the backdrop of Mount Everest, through the rhododendron forest, along the serene lakes in Pokhara. Established trekking infrastructure is also helping us. Our existing trails, lodges, and local support system makes logistics for such events feasible. Economic and social impact it is bringing. Developing marathon as a tourism industry brings profound benefits. So what is the first benefit? Economic growth. Marathon attracts thousands of international participants, each spending on travel, accommodation, food, gear, and local experience. It fuels both urban and rural economics. My Everest Marathon is nearly 17-18 days, which is a very good package, 17 nights, 18 days package in Nepal. So number two, job creation. Organizing such events requires event managers, guides, hospitality staff, medical professionals, security, and volunteers. Community empowerment. Local communities can be directly involved and benefit from homestays, local product sales, and cultural performances. See, we have also uplifted the local communities there. You will be surprised. My ground, one of the partial ground arrangement is handled by the local Sherpani women. So they have also become now international marathon organizers kind of a thing, component. So the skill is developed, the knowledge is developed, and a product is established. Now I go to the challenge and solutions. Of course, such an endeavor is not without challenges, infrastructure, safety, environmental concerns, international marketing must be addressed. But with collaboration between the government, tourism board, local communities, private sector, and international partners, these challenges can be transferred into opportunities. We need to develop green, sustainable races that respect our environment. We must invest in training local talent in event management and sports tourism. We must build partnership with global running and organization to ensure international standard and participation. A win-win opportunity for the global partners. To our international partners, tour operators, sports federation, investors, Media Nepal is open for collaboration. We invite you to co-host international standard events in locations ranging from urban to Kathmandu remote, Mustang, kind of a sports event, a marathon sports events. Invest in infrastructure and promotion from timing technology to media partnerships. Support local capacity building, training event organizers, medical teams, and volunteers. And most importantly, help us design events that are eco-friendly, community-based, and globally marketable. Our vision, we envision a Nepal where each province hosts an annual signature marathon drawing both elite athletes and adventure travelers. Rural communities benefit directly through homestays, local cuisine, handicrafts, and hospitality. International runners leave not only with medals, but with a lifelong connection to Nepal. A personal invitation. I stand here today to extend more than a speech. I offer an invitation. Come and see, come and join us, what we have done with all our indigenous skills and local knowledge. Of course, blending with the demand of the present-day international runners. Let's work together, in government to government, organization to organization, people to make Nepal the next great destination. Now you can see, he is the American ambassador acting, okay? He goes to Everest with our marathon team to plant a tree for two reasons: to protect the Mount Everest environment against climate change and to leave a token of love for the future generation to celebrate between American and Nepalese people. And next, Leota. So here, all the ambassadors are here. Next, Australian ambassador is here. This is myself. I'm also trying to be a green man. Next. And I have also created in Everest a conservation award in the name of their Autari Lama, like even, so incarnated Lama. Yeah. Incarnated Lama, Autari Lama, like Dalai Lama. The one Sherpa guy, the Sherpa people, they call Autari Lama, Rinpoche. I have also created a prize under his name because he was the main guy. 50 years ago, as a student, when I was walking to Everest Trail toward the base camp, I made this man in the picture. His name is Nawang Tenzing Jambu. While people in Harvard University, Oxford University, or Cambridge University were not concerned about this climate change and environment, this man, Nawang Tenzing Jambu, at the foot of Amadablam and at the foot of Mount Everest, in a monastery, he was, meditating and preaching, and he always used to spread the message of conservation of the Himalaya, climate, river, and animals, and the plants, birds, and all ecological components. And he was so impressive, this incarnated Lama. He's like a Dalai Lama for the local Sherpas. So I was so impressed. Number of times I met him, and I also got, some inspiration from him. So today I am a little bit of conservationist, primarily because of this incarnated Lama. That's why I created a prize, 300,077, which is about nearly $3,000. And every 2 years, it is distributed to one of the best guy who uses the local knowledge, the traditional, old age knowledge, protecting the environment. While we have all the respect for the modern technology and all, we also want to save the indigenous knowledge, the traditional long years of traditional Sherpa knowledge. We also want to save it before it becomes extinct, so that we blend it with the modern day knowledge and we save Mount Everest environment. Today in Mount Everest highland, this buck, which was created by Mother Nature or planet Earth, is thriving because conservation has been successful in some ways. Of course, there is no 100% successful. That's why I have also created this prize, and all local people are very excited and very inspired to do something a bit from their own individual respective, side to contribute something to the conservation of Mount Everest environment and its whole ecosystem. Okay, next level. And he is the man. He is the man of our country, Nepal. When I was trying to do the plantation and taking all the diplomats, resident ambassadors, British ambassadors, Indian ambassador, and Australian ambassador, American ambassador, I was taking all of them to Everest to plant a tree so that we can send a beautiful, positive message to the world. And Colonel Sake, being a forestry expert, he advised me, hey, Vikram, don't make a mistake. You must plant this species of rhododendron barbatum, because my another idea was to save the musk deer also. You know the musk deers which has a gland, and because of that gland, they are, butchered by all, hunters. So my another aspect was that, and he suggested that this barbatum, rhododendron barbatum, is the most delicious food for the Mount Everest highland, this buck, musk deers, okay. Then we started to plant these trees, and all the ambassadors are planting this. See, this is the one. They are maintaining the ecological balance of the Mount Everest highlands, and they are all created by Mother Nature. Planet Earth, whatever we want to say, or Mother Goddess, or Mother God. So next. So this is what I'm protecting. And this is the man. His name is, Colonel Saab, he's Budia. This man is from Kalinga, where Emperor Ashoka killed millions of people. And after that, he got fed up with the war, and he laid down all his arms and ammunition. We have a Colonel Saab from Indian Army here, respectable Colonel Saab, Sandeep, no? Yes. Sandeep, sir. So I'm just telling him the story. And this man is a very popular marathon runner from Kalinga. And BBC World News has made a document on it as a marathon boy of India. And Kalinga holds a very big history, because this is from where Buddhism started to flourish. Buddhism started to expand because Emperor Ashoka, followed Buddhism, and he laid down all his arms for the sake of peace. That's why we also call Buddha. Colonel Saab, is familiar with his name. And Colonel Saab, we are bringing him next year in Kargil to run a Kargil marathon. Buddha will run Kargil marathon, okay? Next. This man wanted to, bring awareness to the whole. His name is Paul Goldstein. You can go to his website and he literally ran, of course, in a slower pace. He had no interest to run, to win the race, but he wanted to participate so that he can send the message to the whole world that tiger must be saved. And Himalaya is the homeland of tiger also. And it has brought beautiful economics to the Sherpa highland. And because of my marathon, which I created, that's why I call it sometime my marathon, sorry about that. It's sometime my marathon, sorry about that. It's a country's marathon, it's a world's marathon. Tourist season, tourists visiting Mount Everest highland has been expanded more than 3 weeks only because of this marathon. Thank you very much for having a patience to listen all my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bikram sir. Are you enjoying this conference? Because as a former kindergarten teacher, I cannot remain formal for a very long time. So I would like to direct this amidst this formal setting, I'd like to direct this event towards a very casual setting for a while. Okay, now, since Nepal is the host country of Nepal International Running Conference 2025, that makes me ask our beloved international guests a question. Can you please name the capital city of Nepal? Can anybody? This question is for our international guests. The name of the capital city of the country you're in right now. Anybody? Louder? Yes, Kathmandu. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kathmandu is the capital city of our country, Nepal. Okay, that makes me ask you one more question. Since many of you might know the highest mountain in the world resides in Nepal. So, may I know the name of that mountain? Everest, yes. Thank you so much, Everest. Now, may I ask you the recorded altitude of Mount Everest? 8848. Bingo. Thank you so much. May we please have a round of applause for our guests who answered. Now, I have one more information to share all of you. So we have this software, Vietnamese software named FeePix. So here, you can see a QR on the screen, and if you scan selfie, and guess what? You'll get all the images of only yours, which has been taken throughout this event. Now, who doesn't want only their pictures to be shown, right? So you will be hassle-free to search only your pictures from this event. So please go ahead. And we also have for developing such software. It has definitely made our work much easier. Also, that brings me to another information. Nepal International Running Conference has been inspired by Asia Road Race Forum that has started from Thailand, and we also have the chairman of Thailand Mass Participation Sports Association, TMPSA, Mr. Root. May we also have a huge round of applause for Mr. Root. And we hope to take this collaboration even further. Thank you so much, Mr. Root. I might ask you one more question before we move towards the formal event. Shall I? So this is only to gain attention from our international guests and to keep them quite entertained. So one more question I'll be asking you. Since I was a former kindergarten teacher, I cannot help but ask questions. Sorry about that. So my last question to you is, everybody knows that place of Lord Buddha, right? We all know about Lord Buddha and his enlightenment stories. So may I please know the exact place, the name of the exact place where Lord Buddha was born in Nepal? Sorry? Lumbini. That is the right answer. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I hope this small session entertained you. Now, I'd like to move toward our formal program. Now, and Colonel Sandeep Madan, Vice President, Tata Mumbai Marathon, for a presentation on marathon as cultural movement and social phenomena.
Good afternoon, Nepal. It's an absolute privilege to be here. Compliments to Thakuri sir for organizing, making all the wonderful arrangements and taking care of us, as if we were guests in his own home. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have a splendid team. Thank you very much. Yes, marathons is, like we all know, is a catalyst for cultural movements and also triggers positive social phenomenon. So what has happened in India and over the last 22 years and our experience and its outcomes is something that we will cover in the next 20 to 30 minutes. At ProCam, this is our vision. Our vision is primarily to make a common person lead a more active, happier life, a fuller life. As we all know, sedentary lifestyles, is creeping increasingly across the world. And this is our vision and this is our commitment, and that's what we do at ProCam day in and day out. ProCam, established in 1989, but in the year 2004, actually surged forward when we started with running. Horse racing, beach volleyball, lawn tennis, squash, WWE, wrestling, you name football, hockey, you name the sport, pretty much in India, ProCam would have its fingerprint at the very early stage of development. But in 2002, my seniors, Anil Singh and Vivek Singh, the promoters and owners of ProCam, stood at the London Marathon start line. And what they saw was something very different. What they saw was individuals, common men, bankers, homemakers, students, who had a different kind of a fire, different kind of a look in their eyes. And that was, I am here because I believe I also am an athlete. I'm here because I want to be a better person. I'm here because it's going to raise funds for so many individuals who will benefit for the CSO, the NGO whom I will be committing. So everybody had a different story. And it was that look, that fire, that passion that Mr. Anil Singh and Vivek Singh brought to India. And it started with the Tata Mumbai Marathon in 2004. Let's hear what the legends of the world have to say.
It's my first time in Mumbai as an ambassador for Tata Mumbai Marathon 20th edition. But the city itself, as I said, is where change has begun. And to see the people celebrating, taking part, whether it's 10K, half marathon, the full marathon, as we're watching the elite field now, it's just incredible. And the amount of people just running the streets, waving, smiling. It was an early start, but love the energy.
Remember when running really got started in India? The whole country may be running then. You're a big part of the running revolution. It's happening now here.
But you know, in 2004, when we really started, the then Standard Chartered Mumbai International Marathon, it was quite different prior to 2004. What it really was, it was quite different. And you know, like we all know what happens in cities and urban places in India and around the world, that everybody believes in having a sedentary lifestyle. They are involved in sport, but their involvement is basically to watch sport. Okay, primarily sitting in their home or sitting in their stadium, having a glass of, having a glass of a Coke drink, guzzling it down, having chips. That is their involvement. You know, they get their adrenaline rush, they feel good, they go back home. But from then to what it was and what it is now, what really caused it all? Okay, what was that catalyst for the social phenomenon? It was nothing but the Tata Mumbai Marathon in 2004. As a nation, yes, sports loving, but yeah, sports viewing nation. Two, being involved themselves. So everybody you see here, everybody standing at the start line, everybody celebrating at the finish line, everybody had a story. And that story was that of I, me and myself, I, me and my family, I, me and my company, I, me and my group of social friends, I, me and the NGO, CSO to whom I will be committed, whom I'm committed to raising funds. More of this we will cover. So yeah, from literally an event in Jan 2004 to, a spread and expansion across India. Today, running is literally gone into the hinterland of India because everybody wants to have a better quality of life. Everybody wants to be at the start line. Everybody wants to be at the finish line. Everybody has an individual story. Everybody wants to be empowered. A homemaker does not really want to be a homemaker. She was a different person is a different person and wants to be a better person for herself and for her family, for her kid, for her children. So everybody has an individual story. And how did this really happen? So in India, whenever we have 4 races, as most of you would be knowing, but for each one, we set out from day 0 with these 5 pillars. What is the boost to our Indian boys and girls? Each of our races is an Olympic qualifier. But imagine for an Indian boy, Indian girl to run alongside Kenenisia Bekele, Perez Jepchirchir, Kenenisia Bekele, Eliud Kipchoge, okay, and the legends of elite distance running in the world. They run with the best. They learn with the best, running shoulder to shoulder. Each of our courses are, measured down to the last inch. And all of them are Olympic qualifiers. There has been this surge. Athletes get treated in 5-star hotels. They are put up in 5-star hotels. They're given royal treatment. They're treated like heroes. And that's how the pull factor happens. And that's how more and more who look up and say, yeah, one day even I want to be on the podium. One day even I want to be a prize winner. And there are these millions and millions of Indians who say that, yeah, I think in this journey of being a runner, even I can find my individuality. Boost to our Indian boys and girls, the athletics, the pride and prestige for the host city to host the event. So the corporations, the police, the administrations, the citizens coming out, everybody, the pride and prestige of hosting a global event very much on their roads in their very own city. Philanthropy, more of this my colleague Sandeep Madan will touch upon a little later. But yeah, this is a platform where we have created which is agnostic. So it could be someone who who's committed to child welfare, someone who's committed to old age, someone who's committed to save the whales, someone who's committed to save the environment. So we have created an agnostic platform where NGOs, CSOs can register themselves and donors, individuals, corporates donate and it goes directly to their chosen NGO, CSO, their chosen cause. And that's how individuals, groups, families also raise funds. And that's how we keep building and building and building with every race. Health and fitness for the common man and social harmony. Sports knows no political class. Sports knows no religion. Sports knows no class. The amount of sacrifice and training that we all know is that what each individual puts is what sets everyone apart. Nothing else. Sports knows nothing. Running is the fastest growing sport in India. From 2 races in 2004, it has really spread. And today we have over 800 timed road running races in India. The results are timed, the courses are measured, results are recorded, prize money is distributed, and fun and harmony for everyone. Like I said, from 2 races to 800 plus, close to over 30% of India's runners are women, and that augurs extremely well for the sport. It occurs extremely well at the basic fabric of society. When the man of the house embraces active living, there is some change. But when the homemaker, when the daughter of the house, picks up and laces the shoes and goes about, embracing an active life, lots more changes in the house. There's a bigger impact on society, right from, the amount of sugar in the tea to, a lighter carb meal at the end of the day, and impacting friends and families who look up to her and say, she could do it, we can also. She is looking happier, we can also. She's got control of her life, we can also. So the impact is far, far, far greater. 4 races, the Tata Mumbai Marathon, the TCS World 10K, the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, and the Tata Steel World 25K. Each of them iconic road running events. For the TCS World 10K, a 10-kilometer race happening in the silicon capital of India, Bangalore. But for a 10-kilometer race, we got participation from 427 cities and towns of India, out of which 124 were only from South India. From the 5 states of South India, it was 124. And it was close to 450 from across India. So that is the power of participative sport. You put up something good, you put up something strong, you put up something which is transparent, world-class, and people will be inspired. Their belief, their story, their hunger shows at the start line, and their celebration and their relief, their joy at the finish line. It is a spectacle to watch. Each of them are iconic. The revolution started with the Tata Mumbai Marathon and continues. Today, hordes and hordes of individuals, corporates, race promoters have sprung across the country. And it has sprung an entire ecosystem. More of that in why an entire ecosystem? Because, right from a coach to active gear to a new shoe to if you are slightly injured, you'll go to a physiotherapist, to participating in a road race, to if you want to travel like lots of runners do to our 4 races, you will travel, you will stay. The impact is great, and this is only going to grow and grow. Running is the story of every individual, every Indian who believes that he can be empowered and live a better life. And therefore, it is only going to grow. Urbanization in India is rapidly growing. And with urbanization, lifestyle changes, more money in the pocket, at anywhere from 28 to 32, when individual's life is settled, they say, yeah, can I now lead a better, more solid quality life? And that's when they take up active living. That's when they start with running, because running is the basic sport. The universe of health-conscious Indians in India is over 100 million. It's close to 150 million, and this is only rapidly growing. It's growing at a faster rate than the rate of a population growth, which augurs very well for the industry, which augurs very well for race promoters. And for us, for ProCam, our vision to see active, happier individuals, it is really humbling to see more and more Indians and individuals and family benefiting. Stories that come out of the woods. I reversed my diabetes. I was able to take control of my drinking habit. I was able to wean my kid away from the screen. Hordes and hordes. I no longer feel, just that I'm a baby-producing mother. I'm, also, I feel stronger, better. Hordes and hordes and hordes of stories. And this augurs well. For a corporate leader, because he's one of the most busiest person, if he can show that he's actually sacrificing his time and actually committed to a better life, his team in the office also gets inspired. They also believe, wow, if the boss can do it, we also can. Amateur distance running, the landscape that it is today, close to 1,000 runners pick up and join the universe of active Indians on a daily basis. Close to 800 plus road races in India. In 2025, this should be north of 900, which augurs extremely well. Again, like I said, running has gone into the hinterland of India. Today, you have 840 plus documented run clubs. They meet regularly. Some of these run clubs have 23 centers, 40 centers, 2 centers, 2 and more. So I'm not counting the number of centers. I'm only saying the number of run clubs, the number of training centers or training points, whether it's a park or a garden or a stadium, is close, probably be close to 2,000. But what's important is that it has spread. The number of runners also is very, very healthy. It's close to 3 million. ProCam has got 4 gold races. The prize money, like, we started right from 2004, has only been growing, the prize money purse. Lots of our underprivileged, very promising runners, look up to this prize money, and they benefit in a very big way. 30% of the runners are women, girls. It's a growing industry, should hit 500 million in a year or so. The on-ground sponsorship is really, again, booming. Again, thanks to corporates who believe and are committed not only on the PPT, saying that, we are committed to a happy individual employee, but actually putting money where their commitment is in terms of sponsorship. Hordes and hordes of their employees and corporate India embraces our races. Each of our races also is zero to landfill. And we've been doing this even before it was mandated. Even before it was mandated, these initiatives are something which is not easy. You need time, money, patience. You need a commitment. But we did it because we believe for what we stand for and what we believe, others will follow. And hence we adopted the best practices, very early on. Boost to Indian athletics. Our boys have done well on the global scale. The international pride and prestige. ProCam, the Mumbai Marathon, has also had the prestige of hosting the Marathon Flame in Mumbai. The impact, the impact has to be seen. And everybody has a story. You have international elite runners, you have Indian elite runners, you have the trainers, coaches, former elite runners, fast runners, then you have the full marathoners, you have the full marathoners who want to qualify and go overseas and participate in the world majors. On Sunday is going to be the Comrades Run in South Africa. The Indian contingent of runners is the largest foreign contingent outside of South Africa. It beats even countries of Zimbabwe, Uganda. It is by far the biggest, and this has been happening for quite a few years. Number 1, number 2, number 1, number 2. And this year it's the biggest contingent by quite a number. And that again shows, that individual runners have picked up the sport, they've done well, they've been bitten by the bug, they've enjoyed the benefits, they've run the full in Bombay, they believe they can do more, and they train harder, their body is cooperating, their support system is there, and then they go on to run ultras across the world. But let's hear from what the runners have to say, why they run again. Like I said, everybody has got his own story.
Well, it began actually 10 years back. I started with running the Dream Run.
I watched the entire marathon live on DD. I kept repeating to myself, if I ever move to Bombay, if I've come to Bombay, I'm going to run the marathons.
2004. 2008.
People will use the previous thing.
I'm looking at the clock in bed, just tick by.
What if I don't wake up with the alarm? A silent prayer.
Is today going to be a day when more people motivate others down the line?
Prayer that I don't disappoint my daughter and my wife.
And then it begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, guys. Let's do it.
Sudden burst of excitement.
There's like a huge gale force of runners who just
push you along, and it's the first kilometer, you're not even running.
Number 256, come on, buck up. Bib number 119, and you're lagging behind. Why are you walking? Start running. Almost like scolding you.
The arrangements, the crowd, the love, the camaraderie.
I was thinking to myself that 32 kilometers, I'm talking about pain in my legs. And this guy is running 32 kilometers with one leg which is not even real.
So what's my excuse?
DN Road. My late father used to work in one of those buildings, so when I crossed that, I sort of,
There was a slum kid who insisted on handing out a sweet to me. And
it's an emotional way when sometimes they hug me, and it's fun, it's a carnival, it's Mumbai.
the spirit and emotion that is Mumbai.
Full of emotion.
What moves me the most is elderly people running.
Old people who are very, very excited to start and to run, that really, really gives me good spirit.
When you reach actually 39-kilometer mark, you just think of killing yourself. Invariably ask myself, why am I doing this? People who are applauding for you, come on, just go for it. See the boards that you come at 500, 400, 300, and there you go. You just zip the entire 500 meters.
My hand goes like this, I don't have to do it. It's like, yes, I'm there.
Pain never felt so good.
Oh, it's just relief, basically. And how soon can I get a beer somewhere,
The feeling at that moment is, it's a mix of all different emotions.
I'm a finisher.
I'm still alive.
I will come back again next year.
I will run the race till I stop breathing.
This year for my wife and my 15-month-old son.
For my daughter.
So she's no more, so I would dedicate it to my mother.
My dad.
For my son.
For my wife. For the kids who lost their lives in Pakistan.
For Swachh Bharat.
This year for my granddaughter.
Sameer Nayak, bid number 1705.
Sunil Nayak.
Kailashnath Kopikar.
Sharmila Bijur.
Mohan Madnani.
Manu Monga.
Rupal Shah.
V. Ramchandran.
Surat Varna.
Kedar Bichurkar.
Hemant Muthian.
Milind Francis.
Avni Rajat.
Purnendra Nath.
Ajit Singh.
Arun Saraf.
It's your turn now.
Thank you. Woman. I mean, this is something that, the 100-strong team at ProCam really feels proud of the empowerment, the belief that we have given to millions and millions of girls and homemakers across India. There have been crazy stories, we know also, of ultra runners, of runners from couch to sofa, from the sofa to 5K, from the sofa to being an ultra runner. Women who have a full-day career job, but also have kids, who get up at 4:30 in the morning, are back home by 6:45. Why? So they can make a healthy tiffin and give their kid and see them off to school. And then, have the energy for a whole day at work. This is the empowerment of what running can do. And this is really a cultural and social phenomenon. At each of our races, ProCam is also blessed to have the CXOs, the corporate leaders, the visionaries of India, also at the start line. It is something that is really incredible. And, when the common man sees them, they really look up and they say, wow, if they can do it, we can also do it. For the next few slides, I'll request my colleague Sandeep to come up.
Thank you, Kevin. In 2004, when the first Mumbai Marathon happened, the race promoters started the charity, the philanthropy. Dream India was the partner. It was a demographic way of collecting funds. How much funds were raised? 41 lakhs Indian rupees. That is 100. That time the conversion rate of Indian rupee to US dollar was about 41, 42 rupees. So it was 100,000 US dollars. They were amazed. The race promoters, Anil and Vivek, were amazed. You know, raising so much of funds in an event which, in a sport, not in an event, in a sport which did not exist an year ago. And where we are today, 630.56 Indian rupees crore, or $75 million. How do we do it? It's a very cause-neutral platform. That means once you are registering, so it is not compulsion on you that you chose a particular cause. You are at liberty to select any cause. You have a drop-down, various causes are given, you select a cause. And then another drop-down. With that particular cause, which are the NGOs who are associated, you are again choose an NGO of your own choice. So that is cause-neutral platform. Very low cost of fundraising. Absolutely transparency and accountability. How do we ensure that? After every event, once the charity closes, we issue something called charity docket, where details of each and every penny is given in the docket. We have, of course, a charity awards night where various NGOs, these 1,500 plus NGOs who have been associated with all our events, they are, felicitated there. Millions of lives have been transformed by the funds which the ProCam events have raised over the period of time for last 20 years plus. Now 17 sustainability development groups have been represented. You see, from the child education to the hospitals, to the animal hospitals, housings, empowerment of girls, girls' child, children rights, all of it have been covered by this philanthropy. The most important, one of the most important pillar, the third pillar of the ProCam on which our events are standing. I'm just giving a small example, a very interesting example of one of our ally called ABBF, or Adventures Beyond Barriers Foundation. Now, what do they do? They have their persons with disabilities, generally visually impaired persons, who are very keen to run. So they have an ally who train with them, who run with them on the event day. So we have a lot of CXOs from the corporate world coming up and becoming ally of these physical handicapped or the persons with disabilities. In fact, one of the CEO of an American company was so inspired that after running that with that runner, she went back and changed the HR policy of her company. And they now have 3% of their workforce from these PWD's persons. What is running giving to the society? We had a slide on social economic health, SEH, and also on sustainability, which is the end thing, which everyone is in the world is talking about sustainability. So what are our events giving to the society? It's not only ProCam events, it's all the running events across the globe, how they are contributing to the society. So after every event, we have a social economic health report. Of course, Kevin is involved in it. After every event, he has this report released. So one complete cycle of 4 events, right from Mumbai to Calcutta Mumbai in January to Calcutta in December. So this is the social economic health impact of 1,040 crores of one cycle, which the ProCam events are making. A very interesting initiative called Tata Mumbai Marathon Agroforest Initiative. We spoke of Environment Day yesterday. We had this planting the trees as a a novel idea of inauguration. So, if a runner wants to contribute to this TM Agroforest Initiative, all he has to do pay an additional amount of 650 rupees. Now, what happens with that 650 rupees? We have selected a place called Solapur, which is about 400 kilometers from Mumbai in the state of Maharashtra. So there, with that 650 rupees, we plant a tree. a fruit-bearing tree. Now, farmers there are not very keen to have that because they have their own crops being sown in those fields. So what we have done is we grow this tree on the periphery of the plot in some kind of a diamond formation so that his crop is not disturbed. Now, with this 650 rupees, once that sapling has been planted, this 650 rupees also takes care of this sapling for the next 3 years, till the time it grows to a reasonable plant, a reasonable size of tree. That plant is geotagged. That runner who contributed to that tree can actually track see the growth of that tree. What has been impact of this? We have 74 plus lakhs rupees have been raised so far. About 5,000 runners have supported this initiative, and about 30 acres of land has been utilized, and 12,000 trees have been planted so far. We have been talking of sponsorships to our events, with our events. India is basically a cricket-obsessed nation. We just had Indian Premier League, one of the major Premier Leagues of the world, which had title sponsorship almost of 500 crores. How do these brands come to running events? It was not easy, but now since they have come, so what are they getting? They are getting a 360-degree opportunity. Employee engagement, ownership, corporate social responsibility, media and public relations. How they are getting benefited, those details will be covered by Kevin subsequently. I'll give you 3 examples of how our brands are taking advantage of running events. Vedanta, which is the title sponsor of Delhi Half Marathon. They started this scheme for meals for the hungry people, to feed children or to feed animals. Their target is, and this initiative starts from the day Delhi Half Marathon is launched in July next month, and it will finish on the D-Day, that is 12th of October. What is the target? 10 million meals. IDFC First Bank, which is associate sponsor of our all 4 events. What they started an initiative called First Impact. All those runners who finish a 10-kilometer run below 60 minutes, for each runner, they contribute 1,000 Indian rupee to a NGO. And if that runner happens to be a IDFC customer, they contribute 2,000 rupees. Bisleri, our hydration partner. So they have these special edition bottles. They keep releasing these special edition bottle across the year, where they highlight a celebrity, the cricketers, or some global stars. Like recently they had Tom Cruise on their bottle. But first pillar, if you remember, first pillar which was shown, giving boost to the Indian athletics. So we have these Indian stars, are winners of our previous races. So now, somewhere close to the event, they release this special edition bottle highlighting those athletes who have been winner of those events. Now, for example, on this bottle, if you see, we have Sanjeevani, Jadhav, Singh, Matre. This was released around TCS World 10K Bengaluru in April. And these athletes were the winners of the previous edition. So this is how brands are making use of this platform, of all our 4 events. I hand you back to Kevin for remaining part of the presentation.
Thank you, Colonel Sandeep. So as you can see, it's not only important to attract blue chip sponsors, partners, but how in a very interesting way give them an engagement point during the race, along the race. It's not just about putting up a bigger logo, repeating the logo multiple times. No. That they do it in any case. They come to our events basically for a difference of engagement, uncluttered, single, simple communication, the experience, and the brand recall. These are the few precious touch points and opportunities that we give our partners, because of which we I think, are doing relatively well on the partnership and sponsorship across India. So since 2004, each of our races go live on race day. There are very few races across the world which go live on race day. And we go live on TV. We have a broadcasting crew that comes in from overseas. And the event is covered. It is also streamed on digital. It is not geo-blocked. And, you know, when these stories are articulated and are told to the world, that's when everybody looks up, gets inspired. Everybody then wants to, you know, plug in what he believes is his story. A sponsor, a partner, an elite runner, an inspiring elite runner, an NGO CSO, the homemaker, the corporate worker, everybody, you know, connects with his story. But it is very necessary to take the story to the world. And at each of our events, we get some sensational coverage. The 100-strong team really works very hard. We have a dedicated PR. We have a dedicated digital and social team. Our only digital and social is a 10-member team. Our PR and media is a dedicated in-house team that has you know, agencies who have been rostered by us, who help us get the reach out across languages, across geography, across the world. Our digital reach, the glass ceiling only keeps breaking in terms of numbers and likes. Just to give you one, one number, the open rate on our emailers that we send out is anywhere between 81 and 84%. The open click-through rate on our emailers is between 81 and 84%. Such that, I mean, it is so well articulated. Now, for a partner, a sponsor, if he has an embedded banner, if he has an embedded message in the emailers, for him, these things are very precious. And, you know, again, simple, uncluttered, and to the point. So, some time back, you've seen a slide where you've seen the social, economic, health impact of each of our events, which is about 1,050 crores. Now, each of our brands, each of our partners, each of our sponsors, he also gets, you know, his brand, it gets more visible. The number of times his brand gets visible, the number of times that he can make a story. And, you know, I think what we do is quite remarkable and quite successful. So, post each of our events, we have an event report which comes out. This is a report that is done by an international media tracking company, YouGov. They also do some of the world-leading sporting events. They also do work for BCCI, that is the Board of Cricket, IPL, etc. in India. Now, what this report really says, and what it really tells you, okay, a 10-kilometer race has had a media evaluation of 233 crores. This means that if you had to actually go out and buy the media coverage, the editorial coverage, what the event has actually got, you would have to pay 233 crores, and this is the real market rate. We are not taking the card rate. Card rate could be $100. Real market rate could be $29. So the agency will take $29. So if I'm being interviewed on, say, by a news channel, what is the size of the A6 logo to the full screen is taken into account, and it's taken only for 3 seconds. And only if I'm standing. If I'm moving, no. So, you know, the metrics is very, very scientific. And what happens is that, you know, it is TV, newspaper, social, editorial, newspaper ads, radio, expo, and etc., etc. And then there are detailed slices on each report for each partner. So this is at an event level. So each partner, whether it's TCS or whether it's Vedanta or whether it's Bisleri or whether it's Fasten Up, whether it's Tata Motors, everybody would get a report. So everybody knows what exactly went right and wrong. And that's the reason why we've been able to have such astounding valuations. So now look at this. 4 races, 1,817 crores of media value, 1,050 crores of economic value, philanthropy value. Put together is 2,900 crores of value on our 4 races every year. And the glass ceiling only keeps breaking every year because the sport is growing. We also learn to do things better. We also have learnings, and the story just gets better and better and better. So yeah, 2,900 crores. Add another close to 1 lakh on the virtual runs. And my friends, this is the start line. This is the start line, and the start line for us is not really, the finish line. The finish line for all of us as race promoters and those who are involved with the sport understand that the finish does not end with the finish line. The economic, social, cultural impact phenomena continues. That story continues and it just gets better every year. Commitment and vision of blue chip partners is extremely important. Procam is fairly blessed to have, the best of brands to work with. They keep pushing us, they keep upping our game, we keep learning, and we keep going back and delivering value. And therefore, a valuation of 2,900 crores is something that augurs well. Let's hear from the foremost and the best about what he has to say of the journey so far.
I have run marathons all over the world. The Tata Mumbai Marathon is the first marathon that I ran in 2008 that grew into me and pushed me towards sponsoring marathons and taking part in marathons all over the world. This sowed the seed for our sponsorship all over the world, be it Amsterdam, be it New York, be it Boston, be it London, and recently be it Sydney. Today, running has become a culture in our company. TCS and the Tata Group. Over 250,000 people have taken up to running, and many of them run half marathons and full marathons. Since its inception in 2004, it is the relentless effort of Anil and Vivek that has built this huge platform for the running community. It has inspired many Indians to take up fitness and running. It is a social event. It brings people together. It promotes peace. It promotes harmony. It promotes togetherness. The whole city comes to life. And the Tata Mumbai Marathon is also the largest sporting philanthropic event in this country. When you are all getting ready to run and participate either as a runner or as a spectator or just being there to enjoy the whole event.
Sandy, please come up. So, what I've tried to cover over the last 30-40 minutes is the journey of amateur road running in India, the value creation, the surge, common citizen taking it up. But, yes, marathons as a running event are truly catalysts to building a more positive, vibrant, inclusive society, and at a very practical level, at a very family level, at a very home level, at a very individual level. It is not something esoteric. There are several race promoters here. Some of them have been doing events much earlier than 2004, involved in the race. So you understand what I'm saying. the Everest Marathon and what it has done over there locally for the ecology and for the community there itself is a story, a manifestation of the power of road running, manifestation of the power of sport, manifestation of the power of road running events. On behalf of my colleague, Colonel Sandeep, thank you very much, Thakuri, once again. But yes, the world and India and Nepal will continue to witness the power of running in the form of cultural movements and a strong, positive social phenomena. Thank you, and let's have a great good evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kevin Pereira and Sandeep Madan, for your insightful presentation on marathon as cultural movement and social phenomena. Now, we'd like to move forward to another presentation, and for that, I'd like to call upon stage Olympian Santoshi Shrestha, 10-meter South Asian Games gold medalist, athlete, and Paco Barao, President of Global Leader in Distance Running, President AIMS, for a presentation on chasing miles around the world.
Namaste, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased and thrilled to welcome you in the first ever running conference and first ever dialogue talk in the passion, endurance, and purpose in the topic here in the Nepal. It is the first ever conference and it is the first ever dialogue and discussion regarding the distance running, as well as for me also it is the first experience. I had talk in many programs, but it is the first that I'm doing moderator with the legend and the AIMS presidents, as well as the visionary person, key person, race director of Valencia Marathon. And I'm very pleased and thrilled to welcome and be with the Paco bro. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much. Let's say the whole organization, Mr. Thakuri and the team organizing our venue here for hosting the board of directors of AIMS. We are used to do that twice a year, and it's a very big pleasure to have that done in Nepal, by the way, for the first time. And I'm with all my friends here, and I would like very much if you agree to present themselves and the country they are coming from, for you to understand what the board of directors means within the running environment worldwide represent. Here we have Mr. Dejan Nikolic from Serbia, Mr. Ruth from Thailand, Rajesh Vectra from India, Akira Takuchi from Japan, Mr. Hugh Jones, our secretary from England, Rena Miles from Tallinn, Estonia, Gary Freer from Scotland, Mr. Rachid Benzian from Morocco, our, let's say, my administrative help, Sarah from Spain, Brano Konia from Slovakia, sorry, and Mr. Alboca from the United States. So as you can see, a big branch of, let's say, of countries trying to foster and promote distance running all around the world.
Thank you for introducing these all the delegates. How was the stay here in Nepal, and how was your EMS board meeting?
Well, perfect. I mean, the weather is, let's say, very good, and with my friend Rachid, we try to walk and run in the morning at 7 o'clock, so from 7 o'clock on, and with the installation we have in this hotel, we have been these past days enjoying. We are already taking advantage of your hospitality to visit some areas, and we plan to keep visiting more, even this evening and tomorrow, since we always take advantage to, when we visit a country, not only promoting the local events being held in this country along the year, but also to see the human environment and the climatic environment, as in the presentations before we saw, not only the sportive area, but also the, let's say, climatic, health, environment, support of other societies and other, let's say, communities around the race, because this is basically, let's say, a very, not only sportive, but very human, healthy environment and sport.
Yeah, that's great. And you are the instrumental going behind, since you started the running management and all over the world. You started from 115 cities. Now it's 400 plus M certified races. So what is the turning point you choose, and what are the motto to make the local steps to the global styles, and so what's the vision behind to improve the cities and the many races day by day in the M certified course?
Let me, you know, each city, each society, each environment has a different matter, a different climate, a different way of life. So it's very difficult to compare races and the beings, this one is best, the other one better than the other one. But I always give one image. When a boy or the girl get birth, as he or she grows, so he almost always cry until he's able to start running. What he does when she or he start running, smiling. So smiling means joy, means enjoyment, means happiness. And this is basically what the running sport has taken to us, not the professional one, which is good also as an example, but from the point of view human, from the point of view amateur, from the point of view human, distance running is the easiest and the most healthier and beautiful sport.
Yeah, that's the great. That's why the AIMS is growing day by day, and we have the great opportunity to be here. And in Nepal, we all are the passionate runner. More than the professional, we are the passionate runner. We run by heart. Still, we are crawling in the professional long distance running. So, what you see, you have been since 3 days, and you have the meeting, and you look around and hope from the Nepali delegates, T.S. Thakuri, brother, and from all over the Nepalese, you know about the Nepali platform. So what you see the potential in Nepal in the distance running by your view, and what are the cause and what are the solutions to make the Nepal more and more higher in the global platform in distance running?
Let me say something. We didn't, this is a word, an adjective we didn't talk about yet. And your question comes perfectly on that. There is something which goes around running all around the world, and we all in our race take advantage to promote it. This is tourism. A lot of runners have taken this sport as a way to visit other areas of the world by experiencing not only the race, because the people coming somewhere to run on Sunday, to run on Saturday, they come 2 days before, they leave 2 days after. Why? Because they want to visit, they want to feel the experience, to feel the human environment, and to feel the society they are visiting, because maybe they will do that once a life, and they want to learn. And most of the time, people learn from others. People learn not from the area, the area they live in, they know it. So they learn, they progress, they improve their lives by visiting around, and if possible, as fast, as let's say, as far as possible. Because your neighbors are more or less like you, so you want to jump continents, you want to go on areas which are different, and you have something in Nepal. You talk about Nepal, you have something very specific. You have the Himalaya, you have the Everest, you have the mountains. This is something really specific and special within the world.
Yeah, we are special within the world. I also realize that, but do you think the Himalayan and high altitude, we are rich in there? But in my experience, we have the high altitude land, but we have to go to other countries to do high altitude training. So what do you think about Nepal's specific geography to train for the long distance runner? Is it good place or not? Because here are the high altitude, but the problem is the slope and elevations, as well as the higher mountain, where we can't train as our hard effort with 100% by giving 100%. What are the challenges and what are the strengths? As well as, could you please clarify me about the Himalayan species and the running correlated things, so we can move forward by utilizing our resources here?
Yeah, but let me say, distance running, let's say, the running was practically invented by our friends in New York City, I mean, in the 70s. So this is a very, very young sport. So it has been growing by, let's say, having kids trekking, high altitude, low, fast, long, etc. So triathlon, duathlon, all these sports have been got birth from the running. Okay, so tourism is the same. So you cannot expect, as an example, trying to beat the records of world records by climbing the Everest. It's impossible. But other races are looking for that. Some races are looking for their environment. Some races because of heat. Some races because of cold, etc. So we cannot compare each other. We have to promote our races, I mean, from the point of view and from the areas where we have something special to offer to our visitors, all under the hat of running. Because always under the hat of health, of friendship, of environment, of learning, of comparing, in order to improve, let's say, basically ourselves, not only our speed, but our mind, our comprehension of others, and our social environment. Yeah. So this is an overall sport. It's not just, let's say, as in athletics, 100 meters sprinter. So this is clear. I mean, the sprint in a track is the same in Nepal, in the US, north and south, etc. No, this is different. The 42 kilometers here are not the same, as an example, to the 40 kilometers in Valencia, my city. My city is flat. I mean, you can see 3 kilometers away, I mean, you see the other one. So you have no problem. So it's different. So people come to see us for something. People come to see and experience Nepal, experience Kathmandu for something else. But it's as important one to the other. Because the personality of a human being is sport, is social, is health, is family, is everything.
Yeah, that's why there is in the long distance and in marathon, there isn't about the start and the end. There is what we run and whom we run and what we carry, the story and emotion, and how we make the impact of that. That's how you said, yeah, it's right. We can focus in the tourism and other aspect. If we have the weakness of some things, then we have to make strengths. But the aims certified the course. Then for the Himalayan region like our country, if you certified the course, then it is meet the criteria, this high and low, high elevations, and there is more training, the more geographical struggle. So here, 42.195 kilometers we have to organize. Then, do you certify it by these areas criteria? Can we meet the criteria for aims?
Yeah, sure. You meet the criteria as soon as your race has 42 kilometers, 195 meters from the start to the end. It doesn't, I don't know if they climb down, slow, no, this is 42, and this is very, let's say, clear measurement.
Okay. So there isn't matter about elevations and crisscross.
It's more difficult or less difficult because up or down, everything, but the distance is 42 kilometers and 185. Okay. And the kilometers are the same in Nepal than in the US, than in Argentina, you know, yeah. Same.
Yeah, that's true. And you have more experience in the Valencia and other races. You did the football before and represent the France.
Yes,
I was just wonder. Then you are the mechanical engineer. After then you ran a Madrid and New York City marathon. So step by step you turn inside the marathon. Becoming a mechanical engineer, which turning point that that helped you enter in the marathon and giving the platform, the builder of the marathon around the world? Which turning point that built you to enter in the marathon?
Oh, this is a long story, but I would try to make it short. Okay, it was football. Football at 32, 33, 34 years is over. You have to do something. You are not anymore able, let's say, unless you have a lot of injuries and things like that. So then it depends on your own work. If you have you start at 8 o'clock, you finish at 6 p.m., you have to travel. So I found that the easiest way to stay healthy was to keep practicing sport. The only sport which was the easiest to practice was I was starting my job at 8 o'clock. I got up at 6. I went to work. It was in the nature outside. I was running from 6:30 to 7:30. take a shower, took the suit, 5 to 8, clink, clink, starting working. And then I found a club, some friends who were trying to set up the Valencia Marathon, and this is why I become involved in this let's say, activity. Because this is an activity which goes from the very early in your life to the end of your life. You saw examples. We saw examples of people. Well, let's say now I turn 80 in January, but I'm still, let's say, maybe not for now the last year running, but walking around 10, 12 kilometers a day, and you keep a little bit, let's say, healthy. You keep, let's say, enjoying life. Say it, okay? Because runners enjoy life. Something I didn't say. Look at the images. When you go to see one race, it doesn't matter the distance. It doesn't matter how old is the runner or she or etc. Anyone, when they cross the finish line, they smile.
Yeah, that's why I also always say, and my coach also says, enjoy the race and enjoy the pain in long distance. That is the main key to become to become a runner.
By the way, you're a runner?
Sorry?
Are you a runner?
Yeah, I'm a runner still. And yeah, you asked me, so I want to say one thing. I'm coming Valencia this year, in December 2025, for the marathon.
Yes.
I have a plan to come last year.
Your
but
boss
I went
came
to
in
London
2 years ago, yeah.
And I just enter my name. Yeah, this topic came, so I want to ask now. In Nepal, I heard that for many runners, they want to run in the major marathon, the big marathon like Valencia, but when they are going to enter their name, because we are from low profile, still we are crawling. We have a 1 century history, more than 1 century history of athletics in Nepal. Then also we didn't become a runner. Just we are crawling in our progress. So there are I heard that there are the problem to get the entry and confirmations, like in Valencia and other majors, as well as the big events. Is that true? And for the country, developing countries like us in the running, who are developing and doing the struggle, like our country, Nepal, and other South Asian region, what are the criteria to get into in like the big races like Valencia and others? How we can enter properly without any disturbance, and how to
let me tell you,
rejections.
I don't know others.
Yeah.
I know mine. I mean, the one I'm having in Valencia. The let's say registration opens one day at 12 o'clock at night. Okay, and it opens because it's a system. We don't run the system. There is a company running that system, registration system. And the first thing, because then the 10,000 first have a prize, the 10,000 after have another prize, etc. Okay? But what happens once you are known, you are, let's say, people like to come, is that in our case, the half marathon, 25,000 is full in 3 hours. And the marathon in 3 days, 35,000. No, we don't say this one yes, this one no. First in, first to register.
Yeah, that's first in, first register. But in major and other big marathon, there is.
I'm sorry. Obviously, each race we have what we call the elite team, which is something out of the normal registration. I was talking about the normal registration.
And for elite, and there is the sub-elite registration also, right, in Valencia?
Yes.
Yeah. For elite and sub-elite, I got in the sub-elite registration. Luckily, I get that by the performance of London. So for other who didn't run in other major marathon, but they are doing good, then what is your suggestion to get into like the big races of Valencia Marathon? Only the first come, first entry, or there are others criteria to those runners?
No, there are no other criteria.
Oh, that's why we
There
are
are
also
no
trying
other
for
criteria. That's not because, you know, I mean, it would be very difficult, not for me, but for all of organizers. I mean, to start doing this one yes, this one no, because then this one yes, why? Because he's tall, he's not tall, he's 30 years, he's 40 years. No, it's open to everybody, and I think all of us, we do the same thing. Okay.
Then,
I would not like to lie, okay? And it is true, there are, I think all of us, some specifics that but then you can count with
in the hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is all.
So the AIM certified the course. If AIM certified course of Nepal, if I run or my colleagues runs, then they do the best timing. It is verified to go outside for the big races without first from cost.
Yeah, for the elite and super elite, yes. For the other one, no.
So yeah, and about the report and result, where these AIM certified course marathon and long distance races are organizing, that result automatically go to the AIM certified or organizer have to send. And for the World Athletics profile, we have this result, no? From last year, there's a change of the rule. The result that we have to send. So AIM certified course, if we run the AIM certified course, then in that course, that course record automatically sent by AIMS, or the difference that organization have to send to the World Athletics.
No. The race, let's say when it's a name certified race, your time fits with the World Athletics. World Athletics in AIMS, we are working together in most of the things. Not only the world or continents athletics let's say the contest or things like that, but then in the running environment we work together. We can say we work together.
Yes, thank you for clearing. Yeah, I have seen and I checked more AIMS races, but that race result isn't reported and documented in World Athletics profile. That's why I was wondering that what is the criteria behind it. Thank you for that. And here in Nepal, the growth of the road race and distance running is day by day, increasing, inclining, and organization also going to organize road race. So in your opinion, you have the more than 5 decades experience in the distance running and almost 8 decades experience of the life. Regarding your experience, what suggestion and what criteria you want to give to the Nepalese long distance and distance running organization and management? What are the key points they should focus to make the proper long distance competitions?
Let me give you 2-3 rules. The first one is to have a good comprehension, a good agreement with the local authority. Why? Because you need to clean the course. One of the things is from the start to the end, the course should be clean and no traffic, no problems for the people running. That's the first one. The second one, as one of the rules of AIMS, you have to have an agreement with your national athletics federation in order that your results and of the race and records, potential record, etc., can be recognized, as we said before, by the World Athletics. So that's the second one. And the third one is obviously following the rules we give to organize the race. I mean, every 5 kilometers have a refreshment points, be ensured, I mean, to close the course to any kind of traffic safe, And then, let's say, obviously having the judges in order to have the times of everybody, because everybody wants to have a correct and formal time, okay, of his or her own performance. And that will be it. It's not very complex. It's just 3-4 points, very important, because any one of them, if you don't follow, you might kill your race.
But Nepal is always facing the challenge. The traffic is the huge challenge.
No, this is why I'm saying this.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you run in the middle of the traffic, then obviously, I mean, this is basic, and it's basic anywhere, but here much more. I mean, normal.
Yeah, here is the problem, but we have to face. Hope in future we can get the more suggestion and instance from you also. And AIMS is helping many distance running countries. Then how the AIMS help like our country Nepal in the distance running? There are any criteria you had also board meeting and all those things. There is any package or any things that you are also focusing the developing countries like Nepal to develop the distance running? Is there any from the AIMS?
Well, I think all of us, we have I would say, between races, very good communication. I mean, and we have, there is no money in the middle. So it's very free and very easy, I mean, to communicate with each other now with mobile phones, with, let's say, all the computer systems we have, I mean, to communicate. So it's very easy to have a good communication. We are open, and I'm sure that either Nepal organizers call or get in contact with anyone in our continent. Obviously, easier if it's within Asia, but well, it doesn't matter to go somewhere. And then also take advantage of the people, of the Nepali people traveling somewhere else. I mean, to get back with ideas, to look, to report, to increase, in order that at every edition you get a better, from the point of view quality, a better race to offer to your people.
Yeah,
because the progress is quality and quantity, not only quantity or not only quality, but it's all quality and quantity.
Yeah, it's more about quality and quantity, but in Nepal we have to grow the quantity at first. That is also the challenge here. Quality is the challenge, but quantity also the challenge.
Quality is a challenge because you want more quality. And quantity is a challenge because we want less people. So this is what.
So AIMS also AIMS measures and verify the distance. AIMS also focus in the encouragement and the empowerment, also the more participation for the athletes to the other countries and athletes. This AIMS also do the other works beside the verifications and distance measurement.
One of the items we have a talk and organize here these days is the measurement seminars to be given in order to increase the number of qualified measurers to ensure that the races have the right distance, I mean, when they are set.
Yeah, that's also
important.
Great. Yeah, hope we
and then again, this is being done in cooperation with World Athletics, obviously.
Yeah. Then also here are many events are organizing, and the global warming and global eco-friendly. This topic is going more hot topic. So by AIMS as a Valencia race director or organizer, what do you think that to make the marathon more eco-friendly? You have difference. You also focus there, and what are the eco-friendly marathon?
Sure. One of the we saw also in the presentations. I mean, our friends from India, the sustainability we talk about. I mean, is based upon the what we call eco-friendly or sustainable, because the society goes that way, so we must also, being within the society, go in the same way. We cannot go against what the environment is asking, and the sustainability, everything related to the ecosystems should be looked very carefully. As an example, I tell you, in Valencia, what we have is that we have one target, is the city. We close the city 1 hour before the race. Okay? 4 hours before the race, someone coming doesn't know that there's been a race there. Everything is clean. The cars can park again in the course. The traffic has restarted. And this is the normal. The normal, because the organizer and the runners also want that the rest of the public like them, because this is a friendly. One of the items we want something friendly, something let's say within the city, something done to enjoy and to upgrade the city.
Yeah, that's also the focus. So we have to make the sustainable running with caring the eco-friendly things.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't have much time, I think so. First of all, I want to open the floor to the audience because they want to ask some questions for you. I want to give you all to the floor to ask the questions to our respected Pakubo.
Not everybody at the same time.
Yeah, anyone wants to do? Okay.
Mr. President,
yes, sir.
And the board members of AIM, I would like to welcome you all. I'm the organizer of Kathmandu Marathon. We have started Kathmandu Marathon in 2007. We are on the 18th year now. And the first name I knew was Hugh Jones. I'm very happy to see him here. We have been emailing at the time, 2007. So this is a great opportunity for Nepal to have you all very important people in the running world. And I would like to welcome you all from my personal behalf and from all Nepal road race and running organizers. Pago Barao, you know, being a senior and experienced person and the president of the federation, you know, like countries like us, I think we as an organizer, we face lots of challenges, much more than developed countries. I lived in Germany for many years, and I was myself a runner. I ran 1,000 kilometers throughout West Germany. That was 1987. And I ran Frankfurt Marathon, and I saw, you know, what can marathon bring to a city. So that's my experience with the marathon there, and I started. I started with a very big ambition to make Kathmandu Marathon as one of the big races. But the challenge is different. You know, the first challenge will be the financial part, because we don't have that much big industries here, so who can sponsor the big marathon? As you know, as a marathon organizer, you need big money. Organizing a marathon is not done with a small money. And other thing is, you know, like, people are still not conscious about, you know, like how runners feel when they run on the street, and, you know, how can I help them? So this culture is growing. If you have noticed, if you have, you know, like got up early and walked in any street in Kathmandu, lots of people come out now. Lots of people come out and run. It has been a culture. So last year I was surprised When I started in 2007, we had about 35 runners who could complete marathon. The last year in our registration, we had about 650 runners. So it's growing. But the challenge is also growing for the organizers. So in this matter, Mr. President, how can AIMS and other organizers, how can we collaborate with each other and help each other? How can AIMS, or what can AIMS do to support these races? Thank you.
Let me be frank with you. In running, in organizing races, it's like anything in life. There are no miracles. Work, work, work. AIMS is just an organization aiming, trying to help from the point of view, let's say, rules, organization, promotion, etc., to teach how to do. But we will never, let's say, replace the local organization, because this is a sport which basically is the same, but the environment is very, very important. The city, the politics of the city, the region, the politics of the region, let's say the environment, if it rains, we have our next meeting is in North Pole. Obviously, these guys have another difficulty than the ones in thing. Sorry. So, what you have to have is your points. You're not trying to copy, let's say, a major race at the second year. No, because you do once in a year, so you have the whole year to try to get, let's say, people helping you. I mean, get a bunch of friends, because usually the races starting in running, we are not rich. We are not normal people, I mean, trying to do something we like. So the most important is to put organization, which means people, and love. Love the sport. Because if you don't love your sport, at the second or third problem, you will say, I'm dumb, I leave. Impossible. So you were 30, you are 650 now, so keep your team, keep going. We have our let's say, our magazines, our website, our calls, but then the closest you have a friends is the best and the easiest to join, to get an idea of, obviously, someone from, let's say New York. Even if he likes, he will never be able to help you. I mean, because of everything is different. So you have here to get, say, the community of runners, the community of races should work together in order to improve yourself, looking at the problems you all have in order to have a common solutions, and not looking for the solution. Oh, but in I don't know, in Valencia they do. In, let's say, in Japan, they do, forget it, don't compare, because then you will be frustrated at the beginning. So what you have to look is your own objectives in order to enjoy, say, complying with your objective, not with the objective of somewhere around the race, even if we all, let's say, become or belong to the same, let's say, basic sport, which is running. But the running is the same on the rules of the day of the race. The organization, any one of us having worked in organization of running is work, work, work. And normally common work, teamwork. Because if each one in the team works or thinks differently, no, is a team. Is first of all a team. Believe this is good for us, this is good for the society. But why? If it's good for the society, it is good for us because we love it, because we believe in it. This is the point. And I'm sure if you do that, you will succeed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Then I want to connect these questions. Then you know the scenario somehow of Nepal. You are here and I know you know many things of Nepal. So here is the chance to organize the international marathon. Like India, like other European and other countries, American countries. So in your opinion, how long it will take to organize the huge international marathon like Valencia, like other in Nepal with proper management?
Let me tell you something. Now people talk about Valencia, but Valencia started in 1981. We are the 45th edition. It took us 20 years to be accepted within the city. They didn't like them to cross the streets. It's the same, and I'm sure that most of the races have the same. This is why I'm telling our friend there the question, that this is something to be insisting because it's good, and you have to prove to the other, and you have to convince your authorities, you have to convince your society, you have to convince let's say the federation, you have to convince everybody. I mean, and then you will grow, because the growing depends on the public. So you have to convince also the public that this is good.
Yeah, then so the one...
Exactly, but no. Fighting.
Then only way is fighting and concern and focusing in the small things and strength how to manage and keep going and going what's the matter going. And we have to accept all the things.
Listen, again I say that this is, you see a race, you have people, we say 18 years, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I mean, that's it. Listen, I'm going to say you, I don't have an example. I have my own example. My last race, my first race was I was 28 or something like that, or 30, I don't remember. My last race, I have 68. 68, but 68. Do you know why? Because I want to prove to myself that I have recovery from colon cancer. And so by having the sport, by not depending on anybody, but depending on you, you are the one getting out, putting your shoes, putting your clothes, and going on the street, performing the thing. You don't need anybody. You have some friends, better. But if you don't, you do by yourself. This is the only sport that a popular guy has the same start, the same course, and the same finish line as a world champion. No other sport have the world champion and a popular guy having the same competition.
Yeah. Now we will take only one question.
This one, yes.
Yes, namaste. And Honorable President, we are so much pleased with your all delegates here, all around the world. I'm Tej Gurung from Pokhara Marathon. And we became the member for last 3 years of AIMS. As you see, of course, the countries like us were facing a lot of challenges. Furthermore, we're working together, we're working hard. We never give up being the sportsman, being a sports background. As the primary challenges, as Santoshi also mentioned, the controlling of the traffics. This is one of the major challenges. And Mr. Nilendra also mentioned the financial challenges. Of course, these things are slowly we're developing. It's coming better in our place in Pokhara. So we are now preparing for the 20th series of Pokhara Marathon. Every year, our calendar is the 3rd Saturday of February. And what we used to do is, we used to organize once in a year. Since our organization is entering in the Silver Jubilee, so from this year, we have started the monthly run, focusing to the adolescents who are having a very big, facing a very challenges of mental health. We're connecting with the mental health and working together with the municipality. However, still there are so many challenges, still there are so many, shortcomings are there. So my question is there any, supporting plan, or is there any, the strategies to support the countries like us to encourage the youths to come for the running culture? So our objective to organize the monthly run is ultimately to make them to come to the weekly run, as we have very good culture throughout the world that the park runs in the UK or in the Australia or in the USA, So if we can have, developed this sort of activities, then obviously there will be a big number of participants in the major marathon that we're organizing. So our objective is, the more people we can attract, the more it will be easier to control the traffic. Awareness is very important. So again, my concern is there any that sort of wings to support the countries like us? If not, this is very essential, our request to give focus to the developing countries from the aims, maybe sending the technical peoples, or maybe providing some gift hampers to the children. So in this way also, the aims can have a very big contribution so as to create the running culture to the countries like us. And in this moment, I would like to thank to Mr. T.S., who has wonderfully gave his effort to organize this sort of international meeting in our country. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for the question, because this is a real problem. Okay, it's not something a dream or something. It's a real problem. In most of the countries happens because obviously the societies, we cannot go against. We cannot do anything about the differences of, let's say, rich countries and not so rich countries, and rich areas and not so rich areas. So most of the races themselves, and I'm talking for myself, we do along the year, because from one edition to the next edition there is 1 year. So 1 year is very long. So even the marathon is the main event. So we do have marathon, we do 10K, we do 5K, we do popular races, we do something in relation with, let's say, with universities and with, let's say, when I say universities, all kinds of universities, with some hospitals, open doors, open days, conferences, etc., in order to expand the qualities, let's say, the human and the, I would say, physical qualities which the practice of a sport, and a very easy sport, because it is very easy. You, as I said, you only need 2 shoes and going out. Okay, so it's very easy to push and help the let's say, we talk about the medicine. So we talk about some programs where the doctors do, let's say, the operations, the fact, but then after the recoveries system, the recoveries plan, etc. So we work with them, but that's at club level in ourselves. And I do most of the races do similar activities, by the way, helping us to remain alive, because if you organize a race and then you close and you come back 1 year after, we will never grow. You must keep the sport of running as not only as a competition activity, but as I would say, as a human recovery from the point of view physical, from the point of view mental, is the same recovery. And we work with organizations in order to give them plans to take from time to time their people out with some of the other. Our club, we have 800 associates, okay? And some of them work in different areas, okay? Not only for the marathon itself, but for other areas on behalf of the marathon, okay? But again, as we none of our races are rich, and then even, let's say, AIMS is not at all a rich organization, but what we have, our treasure is our knowledge, let's say, our faith in what we do, and the good, healthy, and profitable, and I would say, from the point of view mental and physical power, we increase within the people, let's say, participating. You can go and anywhere in the world, and then the race is the same, but the environment from time to time is not the same. And I always push the running clubs and the running organization to work on the social area, because this is our field. We don't belong to, let's say, and then even, let me tell you, from time to time, some races, when they become very big and very profitable and very rich, they leave AIMS, because they reach the top. They don't need us anymore. So what we do and what we try to promote and to let's say, to convey is the message that we keep, let's say, helping through the sport to have let's say, to participate in a better, healthy life. That's it. I think that our activity, if I have to put a note on each one of the things, I will put a much higher note on the social area than in the sportive area. Because this is what we do, each one of us. And I'm sure, we never talk about that. But
Yes. Thank you very much for your, suggestions. The only thing, maybe there are a lot of practices internationally that the different countries, you see, when the international federations, they have certain amount of, the annual fees and something like that. And the countries, like the developing countries, they consider in some cases, because even the annual renewal fee as AIMS is, taking with us is quite, it's a big amount for us. If you can consider in that level also, that may be a supportive one. And another thing is, you can send some experts so as to enhance our youths in a technical hands, organizing trainings, experts from AIMS. In this way also, we can produce lots of our technical manpowers in Nepal. Because if you organize in Europe, our technical person, it's quite difficult to go there and take part, like route measuring and all these things. So in this way or that way, you can, support us. That's only my part. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we note, and we'll have some discussion, even if it's, I can say you, it's quite difficult. Okay, but then we have now ways of communication, which are electronic and a computer organization, in order to be able to transfer let's say, ideas, to discuss problems, to give recommendations, etc., without traveling. because as soon as you travel, I mean, it becomes more difficult, not only because of money, because of time, okay, one to the other. I take note of this. Sorry.
Thank you. Hope in future all are noted down, and we know you are very experienced. That's well how one person's visions can connect 100 cities and thousands horse to improvements. You proved that, and I want to say really a thanks and thankful to be with you here, as well as congratulations for the award of the contribution you did. In 2024, you got the award from City of Valencia by these all the efforts. Congratulations and thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I wait for you in Valencia.
Sure, I will meet you there. Thank you everyone to be here. And so one thing I want to say, endurance is the footsteps, but the power of endurance is connections of the purpose and the belief inside it. As well as we have to keep moving forward, whatever the situation, and just we have to enjoy the pain, enjoy the process, and enjoy the steps. Thank you for being here. This is just, the whistle is just for the call. It will going forward and continue and continue. Thank you for here. We will chase the mile together. Thank you all of you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santoshi Shrestha and Mr. Paco Barao, for such an insightful conversation. We do have some more insightful sessions on our way, but before that, we have a short tea break. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help yourself. We'll see you after 30 minutes.
And the host for your remaining session. So as you all know that we are running out of time, so without further delay, I would like to request for your concern over the next two panel discussion, and we will be exploring how running is more than sports in next session. We all know that running has been a very integral part of our life, so and it's now time to explore how running can be more than a sports. So the next panel discussion is about topic sports and tourism, unlocking economic and cultural opportunities. So to moderate this session, I would like to request Mr. Dr. Santosh Upadhyay, and he is the third runner-up of Mr. Supranational 2021, I think, 2021, yes. Please welcome on dais Mr. Santosh Upadhyay. And as a panelist, we'll be joining by the Rajesh Vecha. He is the director of Hyderabad Marathon India. So please welcome with a round of applause, Rajesh Vecha. And we will be accompanied by the officiating director, Public Relation and Publicity at Nepal Tourism Board, Mr. Sunil Sharma. And also the founder of FC Chitwan, the franchise football club of Nepal, Sachin Dhakal. Please welcome them on stage with a round of applause, Mr. Rajesh Vecha, Sunil Sharma, and Sachin Dhakal. And now we'll be dealing about the sports and tourism, how sports and tourism are integral with each other and how sports can help tourism and tourism can promote sports in either ways. Now the dais is up to Dr. Santosh Upadhyay.
Thank you so much. First of all, I feel very privileged to run this beautiful session, which is about sports and tourism. I'm always thinking about, whenever we are thinking about sports, we often think of just the game. But there are a lot of things that are associated with this beautiful industry of entertainment, which is, I think, the largest industry in the world, and that is sports. And today we're going to talk about one of the very important things that is associated with national, domestic, and international sports. And that is, our session is a panel discussion on sports and tourism, unlocking economy and culture. And we have very distinguished guests who are joining us as the panelists for the panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to welcome Rajesh Vecha, who is also the race director of Hyderabad Marathon India, which is, I think, the second largest marathon of India, if I'm not wrong. And we're very privileged and honored to have you here. Similarly, we have Mr. Sachin Dhakal, who is the founder of FC Chitwan. We have recently concluded the third season of season of Nepal Super League. And he is one of the young entrepreneurs who is leading sports, and we'll talk more about it. Similarly, we have Sunil Sharma, who is the officiating director in PR and publicity at Nepal Tourism Board, and he has been working in the sector for more than 20 years now. So without further ado, we are already sort of time, so I'd like to focus on the topic. The first question I'd like to start with you, Mr. Vecha. You have been the race director of the second largest marathon in India, Hyderabad Marathon, and when I was looking through it, more than 22,000 people run in 2024. So that is a huge number. I'm just imagining 22,000 people running. It must be very challenging in terms of management. And also, it is very rewarding because when you are doing an event and so many people come there. So if I'm not wrong, please share us the inspiring fact about it. And the management, the finances, the impact, and the opportunities that has been created because of this.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity. When we started the marathon in 2011, we wanted to make it the best marathon in the country for the half and the full marathon. But little did we realize that there was a lot of interest from people who told that we would like to start training and we would not be able to run at 21 and 42. And slowly we started adding a 5K and a 10K from the fourth year. So primarily it was to get the city active and see that people can take active lifestyle as a way of, make it integral in their life. So that's how we just started with. But when we look back and reflect on 13 years, it's been a very interesting journey in terms of various aspects. First and foremost is, yes, the city has accepted us, they've started supporting us. So one of the important things in terms of support which everybody looks at the city is the road closures. So we are happy to inform that we have our 5K on Saturday. We have kept it separately as a sub to the highest point, and then again it goes down. We also have to coordinate with a lot of police, municipal corporations. The run also goes through the university, the largest university campus. That's helped us get students on board, and our entire route goes through a business district, but behind everything is all a residential area. So it has become a fixed route, and we are lucky to have this. And we just hope that we will be able to continue. So I would say the first and critical, probably foremost, issue for us was that of the city support. And we have to work continually with the city to build on this, because I know there were questions being asked on route closures and everything. That's one. And on the finances and all those, so ours is a not-for-profit society. So I have some other professional jobs. So we are now a group of 20 people with an office which we manage. And we do raise a lot of money through, we have to raise a lot of money through sponsorships. We don't, unfortunately, we still don't recover the cost, what we have to recover from the runner. Because if you price it very heavy, then people might not take it. So we recover only 60% of the cost from the runner. Rest is all from the other way of this thing. And ours is a very heavily volunteer-driven, roughly 80,000 hours of volunteering is done by people who are members of our club, who are family members, students. So that is how we kind of have built the marathon. And so while we have been inspired by so many marathons around the world, our members have run all over, they come and see. We try to take a lot of best practices, and we have seen how we can localize it. And like for example, the breakfast, first 2-3 years we were giving packed breakfast and a lot of food was being wasted. Then we decided to move to a hot breakfast, where we have food being served for 15,000 people in the places. And occasionally we do see that people, when they have crowds, they kind of move away. But then largely 70% of the runners, because our event starts at 4:30, so when they finish, we need to give breakfast. And so these are things which we had to do for in an Indian condition. And we chose to do hot breakfast simply because the food will not be wasted, and we are very conscious of that. And the last is the environment sustainability. From the year one, we have been very conscious about reducing what we can do, and then trying to build on the waste management techniques. We also have innovated on something. We do have a rag picker society who are there. It's part of the urban ecosystem. The rag pickers are close to around 5,000 people in Hyderabad. On the race day, they come, they pick the rag, and they sell it, they make money. We also have taught them how to get into active lifestyle. And this year, we're having people participating. We have made t-shirts optional, then our bags are recycled now. All our flex, which we print, that's also being recycled by one of the NGOs. So we are very conscious about it, because if we don't manage that, public will not appreciate what we do. So it's been a very fulfilling journey till date, and we hope we continue to build on this. So this is the 14th year, and now our event is on the last Sunday of August, but this year, because of Ganesh Chaturthi, we have had to prepone by 1 week. Otherwise, we have maintained the last Sunday. Only in the COVID year, we had to do it in December. So yeah, it's been a very great journey. It's tough, but then we have had to work through and bring it, especially considering that this is not my full-time job. So it's been a very difficult thing managing. Family has been very supportive. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And I have a follow question. You can be very quick with that. I was actually willing to know how many delegates were the foreign delegates and how many were the domestic one. And all of them, were they from Hyderabad or were they from different parts of India?
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that. When we started the race, it was 1,500 people. Now it's 22,000. What we realize is for the full marathon and half marathon, that's the 42 and 21, we get close to 40% of the people from outside Hyderabad. Last year, we have had presence from 16 countries. This is not the elite athletes, but people who have come. Quite a few people are Indians who are living abroad, who have been coming. But in terms of the foreigners who are coming and participating, it's not been very much. So we are going to work on we were going to sign up with the tourism department this year to see how we can encourage and position, because Hyderabad is very rich in terms of history, culture, and we would like to do. So the Indian people who come spend an average of 2 nights. We have created anything between 2,000 to 2,500 room nights for this, between this 40% of the thing. And they usually end up going to the tourist spots, and there is a lot of spend. Last year, we did a calculation of the economic impact of our study. It's come to close to 7 crores in terms of the spend. That's roughly 70 million rupees, sorry, 70 million rupees. That's what came from the outstation people.
That's quite amazing. That's what we actually wanted to know to get inspired as well. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you again. I would like to ask Sachinji, he has been a very young entrepreneur, and he is right now running the football club of Nepal Super League, which is UFC Chitwan. We recently concluded the 3rd season. Being invested in the sports of Nepal, we see that the leagues, the franchise leagues in other countries are quite popular. It's a huge market, and there is huge potential and opportunities as well. I think in terms of Nepal, we are doing good. We are growing. Every year we see the people supporting, coming to the stadium. We see people buying the tickets. We see them getting into the clubs. But being the organizer and being the owner of the club, how challenging are you finding it? Or what are the opportunities? Or where do you see the current status of franchise league in Nepal?
Firstly, thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Santoshji, Nepal International Running Conference, for giving me this opportunity to speak, and a very warm welcome to all the delegates to Nepal. So going back to the question you just shared, so the major challenge here in Nepal that I see from a franchise perspective is that, so institutionally we are still not ready, I'd say, for franchise leagues, is because what we tend to usually do is we tend to do a copy-paste model. We try to see what the neighbors are doing. Neighbors, especially when I say neighbors, it's the culture that already resides in India. So cricket, football, and everything of that sort, like over the past 1 year, 2 years, we've had a lot of franchise leagues that come in. But then the thing in Nepal is, do we have the foundation right now? For example, everything is, I'd say I'll talk about football. It's, as much fascinating as it sounds to run a football club, it's probably the most emotionally draining job in the world, because, you are doing so much off the pitch to, get the right results. But again, things are, you are off the pitch, you can't have that impact on the pitch. However, it's also about how we groom the players, because, for other countries with institutionalized, a set franchise league, they have players who are like trained, media trained, in terms of discipline as well. They know what to eat, what to wear. But all that sort of things, it's not much emphasized in Nepal. So, I'm not sure if we have like a proper sports science curriculum that we run throughout the country. There are sports management programs across the universities in the country, but I don't think there are enough people who are actively taking up those courses for them to but the thing in Nepal is that everyone's passionate, and so we are definitely, it's a very good start for us to have multiple franchise leagues. But however, we have to take a sustained approach to it, because we Nepali people, we have a habit of getting carried away too easily. We make these things this. So it has to be a step-by-step approach, especially when it comes to sport. Just because you are, we are investing extravagant amount of money in the league does not mean, we have players who can go and represent our country in Europe or like other top leagues in Asia. It has to come from the grassroots levels. We have to show them the right pathway. And not just for the players, but it comes down to coaching education as well, which is a major, which I see a major gap in our society. It's people only emphasize on, grooming the players, right? But then the people who are grooming the players, they should also be well inept in terms of, their knowledge about the sport, for us to have a more organic growth in our franchise leagues.
Yeah, so we are not having the league, official league of ANFA for 3 years, and I'm very thankful to NSL that at least they are carrying this. And like you said, the grassroots should be strong. The sports should start from grassroots. I also wanted to add on the thing that in the franchise league, we are inviting a lot of players from abroad as well. How easy it is to get them on board and to do all the procedures, the government procedures, or maybe, you know, the fees and everything. So how do you see that? Is that very challenging, or is it quite easy? Because we're starting new in that terms as well.
So football is a sport, football is a job. You know, everyone has a price, right? If you pay the money, you have players that can come in, be it Cristiano, or obviously, you know, for a country like Nepal, you know, we don't have the league standard budget as well to, you know, because we also don't have like a very set culture, sporting culture. So I think people are keen on coming, given the fact that, so one benefit that we have running a franchise league is that, you know, when people talk about Nepal Super League, they try to base it on the Indian Super League. So they see in the beginning where legends like Roberto Carlos, I think Ronaldinho, Materazzi, all these players, you know, they came in. So the way that people perceive Nepali football is also similar. But then, you know, again, I mean, sorry to say, I mean, as much as I love my team, as much as I love the league, as much as I love the football in our country, we are still very much behind in terms of convincing the players. When it comes to the government procedures, it's not as easy. I mean, you have to go through a lot of processes in order to bring. I mean, if it's a foreign player from, you know, none of the black. I think our immigration blacklists around 13 to 14 nationalities. So besides that, it's relatively a simpler task. But the timing of our league is very crucial in this, is because when the league is over. I mean, league is right after the summer transfer window, then, you know, you have a lot of players. But whereas, you know, in the time where, you know, we have, our league is not consistently organized on the same duration, same times of the year.
Our calendar keeps changing.
Calendar keeps switching, so hence, you know, it's slightly challenging with that because players have their year planned out beforehand, so we can't just ask them to, you know, come on board.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. And like he said, it's relatively challenging to do it in Nepal, but I'm very thankful that guys like you, very young people are thinking that they can do the changes, they can bring the changes, and I think that's very beautiful. Like you said, there were just 1,000, 2,000 runners, and now we have 24,000, 22,000 plus runners in 13 years. I think we need to be consistent, we need to wait, we need to be disciplined, and we need to keep on doing it so that we can create the league that we are dreaming of. Anyways, I'm going back to coming to Sunil Sharma sir. He has been in the leadership role through Nepal Tourism Board, and he's working as the PR and Publicity Director at Nepal Tourism Board. I know you are not in the position to answer all the questions which has been asked for the government. However, how is the Nepal Tourism Board working on sports tourism? Basically, we're talking about sports today. And in terms of, I think, branding the sports as a tool for tourism, how aggressive we are, or how is our tourism board working on it?
Thank you very much. We have been last 60 years or 50, 60 years, we have been promoting Nepal as a premier holiday destination in terms of nature, culture, and adventure. With the growing of social media and many people's different diverse interests, there are lots of dimensions have been added in the Nepalese tourism. And one of them, we have been keep on looking on those different dimensions on which we can tap on it and showcase the Nepal as a premier holiday destination. So recently there has been the sports tourism has recently been coming up, and marketing and promotion is very challenging in terms of its dynamic. The technology, onslaught of technology has also changed. You are bombarded with information, and with the tip of the finger, you get lots of information. Having been said that one, still the sports tourism is at very nascent stage when we try to promote it. Very nascent stage. Because
when you look, it's the entire ecosystem who is coming here, not only the players, the management team, the broadcasters, and then we have the sponsors also. They will love to come over here when they make the money. The bottom line is, show me the money. If there's the money, they will come here. If there's no money, they will not come here. For the money, you need a world-class infrastructure. Cricket infrastructure will not work here. So you need the world-class infrastructure, and that will help you to promote sports tourism. And promotion of sports tourism, like Nepal, we have India, which is such a big market, very huge market for us, for entire world, such a huge money. Even the cricket agency of India, Board of Cricket Control of India, is one of the top 10 richest sports body in the world. They have a huge financial muscle. And look at the recent stadium that India has made in Ahmedabad. It is over 1 lakh people can attend it. So much huge infrastructure is coming up. And Nepal, somewhere, Nepal has to also get inspired from it. Regarding promotion, one of the biggest benefit for Nepal is the cool climate. The cool wind blowing from Himalaya, that is the biggest asset. And if you look at one of the website called ESPN Cricket Info, that is mostly followed by cricket lover. Sometimes the picture of Nepal pops up. People playing cricket under the shadow of Himalaya, that comes up. And immediately it goes viral. Means people love it. There are the people who love it, and they inquire the queries that, where is this place? We would love to come and play here. Love to come and play here, and to translate into reality needs lots of effort. Not from the individual or not from the individual company. It needs the effort from the government, it needs from the private sector, and overall from the sponsor. So we are looking all the aspects, and we are supporting many different sports events also. Even in small supports, if it goes to them, then might be, as we said, that it is at the nascent stage, it might be growing in the coming year. And if we have the world-class, not the world-class infrastructure, good stadium with a good parking space, with a good management team, and the good international sponsors coming up, definitely sports tourism has lots of potentialities in Nepal.
Yeah, I would like to add up on that. Like you said, the photos of Nepalese sports usually get viral on social media whenever it is cricket played in Tribhuvan University Stadium, or maybe the football or volleyball played in Pokhara Stadium, where we can see the entire range of mountains. And I think the best example of sports tourism is Everest Marathon. We had a keynote session today where a lot of tourists come. They come for running, but they do the trial. They go to the base camp. They run until Namche Bazar. I was one of the part of that team as a medical doctor back in 2017. I was very inspired, and I see the huge potential of sports tourism there. My question again comes to you. How is Nepal Tourism Board promoting it? Like, how can we promote that? Or what can be done, as there are a lot of franchise leagues right now happening in Nepal in terms of football, cricket, kabaddi, volleyball. So is Tourism Board working on it, or like we already have some plans for that?
Look, we are not the expert in the sports tourism or sports or tourism, whatever you can say it. We're not expert, but we know how to promote it. One of the examples, if you can look upon, is that Tour de France, where the athletes keeps on practicing, is a very hardcore cycling one. And when you look at the athletes, when they participate in Tour de France, and if you ask them, where do you get this stamina, then they will say they have been to Africa, especially in Kenya, Nigeria, different places, high up in the mountain. They train high up in the mountain to make their lungs more stronger, to get more stamina. And then they come back to Europe, they come back to France. Even for the 100-meter race, this also people do practice in the mountains. So if that is the training ground, then obviously Nepal can be one of the places where we can showcase that our mountains can be help for the trainers who want to train. Because you have to, moment we go up, we lose the oxygen into thin air, and then this is the one of the area where you can strengthen your muscles, your lung, everything one. This stories has to be dig out. It has to dig out in details, and not presented in the data form. Should be presented in the storyline, because marketing and promotion is all about the storytelling. It's not about giving you the details and details and detail. For this, again, I am saying that we need the specialists. We need these specialists from people like the gentleman next to me, like people who are really into the sports, and you have to furnish our details to us, and we need to sit. All the ecosystem works. The sports council works, athletes works, management team works, and need to supply. And then we have to pick up those details and presentable in the sports format, in the story format, and that is how it will be clicking. And we have to showcase. Another example, I will say that when IPL is being played, or test match or one-day cricket match is being played in one of the hill stations in India, Dharmasala, every time, after 1 over, the camera zooms to the snow-capped mountain, stadium and the snow-capped mountain, and the commentator love to comment on it, saying that, look how beautiful the landscape is. And imagine when the cricket is being played or the sports is being played in Kirtipur, we can't see the snow-capped mountain, but still the hilly areas that can also attract the people, attract the commentator. If the same match is being played in Pokhara with the 8,000 meters, Annapurna massive, imagine what the international commentator is going to say. That is the promotion. Show it, visualize it, absorb it, make it, feel it, and present it. So these are the things that we are looking forward to in coming days.
Definitely. It's an integrated approach, and all of the things comes together. Like we have been doing the promotion of tourism, especially in terms of food, culture, adventure, nature, and maybe sports now. I'm coming back to you, Sher. You have been doing an excellent job, and you have been through a lot of experiences in past 13 years. In Nepal, we have Nepalganj Marathon, which is, I think, the first licensed marathon. And then we have Pokhara Marathon, Kathmandu Marathon, and it's growing. Not just in terms of marathon, but all the sports, being in the field. What advice would you like to give to the marathon organizers, or the other sports organizers, or the franchise league owners, and what should be done to elevate the overall sports scenario in Nepal? And what should be the role of government in uplifting sports and tourism?
Thank you. I wouldn't want to call it as advice, but I would like to share my experiences probably on the marathons. And, for example, what you have done in Everest Marathon is something very unique. And I'm sure that every city, every place where they organize a marathon, they've got very unique features. People go there, run, sometimes because of the city, their attachment, sometimes the uniqueness of that place or the trail, which is tough or easy, the weather. There are so many aspects people want to. And most of the people who go to run marathons outside, they take their family along. There is tourism, so you call them runcations, runcations, they call it. So it's very popular now in India. It's going up. So Nepal being just a neighbor and not far away from many people, if you have any specific policy, like for example, you have Nepalganj, you have got Pokhara, you have got Kathmandu. So if the Nepalese government decides to give a policy on, working out with tour packages, operators in different countries, so many people would want to come from India, let alone other countries, and simple things from road closures. So if the Nepal government, Nepal Sports Tourism Board says that you identify those 5-6 marathons, you'll give proper road closures, you will develop a policy around it. You also give them a small tax break in terms of what you want to do. I'm sure that people want to come. Another interesting idea which I just got is, we have a marathon now in Bodh Gaya. Now you have one in Lumbini. So, you do that, the Buddhist circuit marathon. And many people who would want to do that because places associated with Buddha are so important. The Bodh Gaya marathon in the last 2-3 years has picked up a lot. So your chance to tie up with them is there. So at least for the running, because as you know, a lot of Indians come for trekking here to Nepal. It's very, very popular because of the almost Annapurna base camp, then Everest base camp. All these people come here. So just a question of positioning it for the marathons is something which you can easily do so by supporting. So if somebody comes and runs the Nepalganj Marathon, they say very well organized, you don't have to publicize further. The word of mouth goes around. So the first step, if you can really do, is bring out a policy for all these people, and if you can actually work on it with the supporters, with the people like Mr. Takuri and everybody else who is here, a proper policy can be put out. And then, like how you have your travel agents, you can reach out to them. I think they were telling we have almost close to 840 running clubs. A lot of them in UP, Bihar, Delhi, which are not far away. And so that's something which I think is very easily possible. The increased flight connectivity from India to Nepal is quite good, so that's also there. Language is not a problem, food is not a problem, but you know, you're having a holiday. It's an extended holiday you're having outside India, so that's something which can be good. And for the other sports, I'm sure he's been talking about football and others. But if there is something which Nepal should try, because cricket is very popular, I think you should reach out through the government to the IPL. If you can even have one exhibition match in the next season, it'll not only pick up, a lot of people come from India to watch. So that's another interesting thing which I can tell. And for the football, it's like how you have in Europe, you have English Premier League, you have European League, it's between a lot of countries. So even if you are able to have 1 or 2 exhibition matches with ISL here, that'll get a lot of attraction. But I think marathons are very easy because it's very individual decision. You don't have to depend. You just need to make the event good. And I'm sure that you'll have more people. And you need to stay invested year on year, keep a track on it. And I'm sure that probably in the next 5-6 years, you'll have easily 10,000-15,000 people coming from India to run the marathons here. I'm talking only from India. And if this is publicized well, going to Europe, all other places, I'm sure it can be done better.
Definitely. The very beautiful concept of creating a package of sports and tourism. Because once we are going to some new country, then definitely we'd like to explore the beautiful parts of that country. And maybe, Sachinji, I'm just thinking that whenever we're inviting the foreign players, maybe they can come up with their families and they could be the tool of branding. Actually, wherever they go, whatever they do, whatever photos they post, can actually create a huge impact on the people that follow them, and that's how we grow step by step. My next question to you is, considering the current situation of sports in Nepal, especially the franchise league, we have had Nepal Super League for the football, Nepal Premier League, we started the first season, there were other leagues as well, previously Dhangadi Premier League, even Nepal Super League, and Nepal Volleyball League, the female volleyball league is already done, the male volleyball league is about to happen. Then we have Kabaddi League, which was concluded. So a lot of leagues are happening right now. How challenging is it? The first thing. And being the owner of the most popular sports, one of the most popular sports in Nepal, I would say football is forever, evergreen sports. What have you realized over these 3 years, past 3 years, and what have you learned that what should be done by the government, the public, the supporters, and the owners, and other stakeholders to uplift the standard of sports and to make this sports a professional career for Nepalese people?
Thank you. So, largely I'd like to emphasize, I think the major problem that we have, the reason why Nepali sports in general has not progressed the way we wanted to is because it's mostly down to infrastructure. I mean, right now, fully functional, we don't have one stadium that can host.
One stadium, okay.
We have one stadium, but it's not fit to host international events. So, I mean, first is the infrastructure, because every sport requires, we can't just be 22 men playing on the pitch. You need to have enough support. You need to have spectators that come in. You need to have the right quality of sports going on. And I think second is down to connectivity as well, because largely, mostly major events of all sports has been centered around the capital of the country. It's all down to, say for example, cricket as well. Right now we have Nepal Premier League, which has been by far the most popular franchise league in the country, because it's Nepali sport is at a point where, when the sport is doing good, you'll have support. But when the sport is not doing good, then, you'll have declining viewership. So recently, Nepal qualified for the World Cup. So they played with the likes of South Africa, the team that supposedly, they won the World Cup as well, right?
We almost won the game.
We almost won the game. We lost by 1 run. So all that hype and publicity, so it was the right time for cricket, bang on, very successful. But then again, to back this up, now I think the government is expediting, bringing in, floodlights, day and night games. And I think in terms of sports to group, people from all across the country should have access to games. Not only people from Kathmandu, because traveling down from east or west of Nepal is very challenging, especially given last year's, floods, landslides that completely devastated the majority of the road networks in the country. So I think that, along with, I think it has to come down to policy, since, sports is a very virgin industry in the country, because I feel all big economies have big sporting industry. So, they all go hand in hand. But we are a country that, in terms of GDP, yes, we are producing more GDP than most, few of African countries. But, these countries, they have, the right sporting infrastructure, like example, Senegal. Right now it's become a footballing productions academy center for top talents coming out from Africa. So why not Nepal? Because, we have people who have adapted to all sorts of climate. We have all 4 weathers throughout the year, throughout the country, especially given that, the differences in altitude that we have. So I think better policies to govern, leave it, because sponsors are also very limited. That's the main challenge when it comes down to sport, is sponsors are very limited. Especially after WHO, I think they levied this rule from where alcohol company brands cannot advocate. So I think us being member, we have to, oblige by it, which, reduces the space for us to, most of the expenses from companies go to business promotion. If the same thing can be, considered as CSR, then, more people would be keen to invest or sponsor sports. So I think policies and infrastructure is 2 major things I think we need to upgrade for us to really prosper and compete worldwide.
Definitely. The basic requirements is infrastructure, and like you said, we only have 1 international stadium, which is often not in the proper condition. Apart from that, there are also the private leagues that are happening in different countries. And the successful one, I would say, the individual league owners. I know it's very stupid question to ask right now, but do you have that vision of having a private stadium in Chitwan for the club in long run, maybe 20 years, 30 years from now? Because I think the investment should come from both the private and the government way. The government should be in the supporting role, but I think the young leaders like you who are interested in sports. So I have heard about the Indian Super League. The domestic league of Indian football is actually ruined after the ISL, because the trend of getting from League 3 to 1 and then getting into the national competition, and now because of a lot of money being put into the franchise league, the quality of the players is not improving, but the business is growing. So there are a lot of perspectives. Like you said, we cannot start the stadium right now, but we can definitely start the academy. On your effort, there are so many clubs. There were 9 clubs, now we have 7 clubs from different regions of Nepal. Do you have that plan on the board, off the radar question?
So again, it comes down to continuity. So as of now, we are playing, I think, in a year's time, we play a 1-month league. We invest so much money. So what next? If we win the league, okay, we go home with a hefty prize, have a nice party or whatnot, and we forget about football for the next 8 months, 9 months, and then again when it's time for season to start. So I think if especially it's down to the federation, because we are a completely private league. We are recognized by the football federation in the country, but if we have an option to compete with teams in Asia, yes, I think I mean, because I think in 3 years' time to 4 years' time, we can actually, being a private institution, we can actually, apply, comply with the AFC regulations as well, and which I feel will, fuel the economy even more further. Because again, if plans like stadium, I think there's already a plan for mega cricket stadium to come in Lalitpur as well, Chitwan. So once that is operational, I think it's around the seating capacity is around 30,000. So around, the economy around as well will prosper as well. So I think yes, if we have an option to compete with foreign teams, if we have a proper motive given by the federation, yes, I think it's a very doable task.
Yeah, we are very hopeful, and we wish you best of luck for that as well. We'd like to see all the sports growing in Nepal. And now moving to Sunil sir. No matter how much we try from the individual and the private sector, we often receive a lot of complaint from different sports individuals, from different organizers, that the government has not been friendly in terms of policy, in terms of soothing the process of conducting the sports, or maybe in terms of investment to some extent. I know you are again not in the position to take the charge of all of these things. You can just suggest what could be the good thing that can be done by the government. And we are also receiving some feedback on this. So how is NTV, Nepal Tourism Board, supporting the sports tourism in coming years? Like if something has already been planned, or we are planning for the next season, because a lot of franchise leagues are happening. And like he said, there should be the package of sports and tourism together. Are we only relying on the private sector to create those packages, or we are going to promote it? If you are doing something like sports tourism, the package, then we are in, we'll provide this. So do you think something like that can be done?
Very tricky question. Like we have been, forget about the sports tourism or sports activities. We have been promoting different destinations, various destinations, but still there are certain destinations, still Kathmandu, Chitwan, Pokhara dominates among the tour operator. Why? Because the tour operator can make very good money out of it. It is all about, whatever we say, even we are very good from the heart about promoting sports tourism, at the end of the day, organizer, promoter, the tour operator, they want to make the money. It is all about the money. Show me the money. That is the crux of the matter. If there is no money, no one is going to come there. So the main question is that, is any tour operator, how many tour operators, if we go for the random sampling, if they sell the tour itinerary, if we look upon it, then how many tour operators are going to sell about the sports tourism itinerary? Do they have it? I really doubt about it. The people, when people like Rajesh, when they make the queries about this one, marathon, can I do the IPL matches or exhibition matches or this and that, is our tour operator well trained? I really doubt about it, because they haven't given a thought about it. Why? Simply because of the lack of infrastructure, of lack of something, they can't sell it. If they say yes to the people like Rajesh's queries, yes, I can organize this marathon, I can organize these matches. And when people like Rajesh comes to Kathmandu or Nepal and they organize it, and they really, when they are disappointed, then they will say that it is the earning by cheating, it's not the earning by serving. So you have disappointed me. And ultimately, eventually, the country will suffer, its image will suffer. When the image will suffer, all our promotional efforts will go into the drain. So it's a very tricky balance, and it is where the government has to also think about that one. We are making the investment. It is not the cost, it is the investment. This investment will get the money returned back after 5 years. We'll get in terms of the taxes. We'll get in terms of the international branding coming over here. International matches are holding over here. So government has also to realize that one. They shouldn't be the stereotype, and they have to look upon the new options. For new options, we are ready to support them. We are ready to support the private sector. We are ready to support the public sector also. Again, after that one, the question comes is that, can we bring some exhibitions matches of the IPL to Nepal? Still today, I doubt it because it's a huge, huge amount of money. The day we have the couple of the IPL matches here in Nepal, exhibition matches, then we said that we are really fit for the sports tourism. To be very practical, still I will say it is at the nascent stages and it will be growing and growing and growing. After 2 years, if we are, or after 1.5 years, if we are sitting here again in the panel discussions, might be my answers will be changed and might be we'll look upon this and we'll be more positive. Still we are positive, we are optimistic, definitely we have to be optimistic, but I will have the definite answer after that period, after 1.5 years, if we are talking about this one.
Thank you so much. This kind of wrap up our session today, and I'm very thankful that, like you said, there's a huge opportunity. We already have the natural things to promote. Now it's just to integrate different dimensions of development, from sports to adventure to other aspects, to make an integrated approach to bring the best for sports tourism. I'm very thankful to Mr. Rajesh Vecha for making time and coming to Nepal. Thank you so much. Your insights will definitely help our organizers and the people interested in sports. Thank you so much, Sachin Dakal, and best of luck for your further endeavors. And we'd love to see FC Chitwan winning the next title. And thank you so much, Sunil sir, for your insightful opinion on sports tourism. And I'm Dr. Santosh Upadhyay, your moderator for today. I'm a medical doctor, and there is one beautiful thing that I'm also invested in.
Inclusive economic growth, cultural pride, and international recognition. And we deal with that subject matter in the panel discussion we had earlier. And thank you to all the moderators and the panelists. Thank you very much. As Dr. Santosh Upadhyay has mentioned that we are running out of time and we have one more session and one more presentation to conclude before we have concluding remarks and dinner. So without further delay, I would like to move on to the next panel discussion. And the next panel discussion is Running for Sustainable Future, a Journey of Health, Education, Climate Action and Global Unity. And to moderate this session, I would like to request Dr. Jeet Chand, Senior Project Engineer and Information Officer at Prime Minister Agriculture Modernization Project, Dr. Jeet Chand, to moderate this session. And as a panelist of this session, we have here with Mr. Ruth, President of Thailand Mass Participation Sports Association. Likewise, Reena Nels, General Secretary, Sports Event Team Estonia, and Sricha Pradhan, Miss Nepal World 2023. So please welcome our panelist and the moderator on stage with a huge round of applause. And we'll be talking about the Running for Sustainable Future, a Journey of Health, Education, Climate Action and Global Unity. Now over to our moderator, Dr. Jeet Chand.
Hello. Namaste and very good afternoon, everyone. Today I would like to welcome you in the panel discussion, Session 2, entitled Running for Sustainable Future, a Journey to Education, Health, Climate Action, and Global Unity. I think in this 45-minute panel discussion round, we will try to explore how running events and running itself as a sports will contribute for betterment of individuals and society in the broader framework of wider perspectives. Without any further delay, because we already running behind our designated time frame, I would like to start this panel discussion from Mr. Root. As far as I know, Mr. Root has huge experience in designing and conducting international level running events in Thailand. My question here to Mr. Root is, could you please describe a little bit about running culture in Thailand? Because we are struggling and we are now in the direction of establishing running culture, sports culture in our country and in our local town? And my second question is, I already told you have huge experience in designing and conducting international level events. How Nepalganj Marathon, or how we can design running events so that everyone will be connected and everyone from different backgrounds, different capability, different religion and different age group, they will be benefited from the run events. And I believe your time for this question will be 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brad from Thailand. So I would like to tell you about our Thai running culture. Okay, our first marathon back to just 35 years, not that old but not that new. That 35 years is it's like a running club altogether, run just 1,000 or 2,000 runners altogether. But my first run is last 12 years ago. It became quite big already. The event is like 20,000. Last 12 years for me is very big. But in the marathon field on that time, it's just 1,500. That means it's boom, but in the shorter distance, 5K, 10K, and half marathon, but marathon still not that much marathon runner in number. But nowadays, in Thailand, my race in Bang San, we have 12,000. Of these 12,000 run only 42K. You can see how is the growth rate in the runner in our country. So as of now, our marathon is not like a race. It looks like a festival because every runner come to enjoy, not come to race or PB. We create our event not only in my city. I mean around the country it look like this. Everyone come to enjoy on Saturday to be picked up, take a photo, a lot share to the social media and enjoy life. And all Sunday after the race, we have a party together, like a food party. We have some even have the music, the concert, and we take a time after the finish the race for like a 1 hour, 2 hours. Take a picture together, mingle with friends, and post in the social media. I think this make a very good engagement to the public that they see a lot of healthy people all together in the Sunday morning, and they try, why not? They are one of those people in the Sunday morning, and this make our country marathon quite boom as of now.
Thank you, Ruth, for your wonderful answering and information. I think it is very helpful for us to go move forward in coming days. And now I want to ask question to Miss Rena. Miss Rena, from literature source, I knew that you are the Olympic torch bearer from Estonia in 2012 London Olympics, and you are the board members in AIMS also, and you are leading one of the largest and very important running events in Estonia. This reflects that you have huge experience in running culture, establishing running culture in your country. My question here is, as we all know that running has direct impact on our health system, physical dimensions, today I want to know and I want to notify other people participated in this workshop is how running could impact people's life other than its physical dimension.
Yeah, good evening and thank you for having me here. It is a big pleasure and it is first time for me to be here, so I have had excellent time. Thank you. Yes, coming back to your question, of course, running and being active is much more than just physical health. This is, you know, that we are in, this is investment to our health. And you all know that running and being active help us to be better mental health. You know, you have you are more focused. Running reduce your stress, and you sleep better. But it is also about your social connections, your social relations. I mean that you are better mom for your kids, you are better wife for your husband, you are better colleague in your job. So this improve your relations in every aspects. And yes, of course, this is also about discipline. This is about goal setting. For example, I am also in a good example that I started to run actually late 20s. And you know, every one of us has some kind of bucket list that what they want to do in your lifetime. So somehow there was in my bucket list that I need to run a marathon just once in my lifetime. So and when I turned 30, then I decided, okay, now it's the time. Now I need to go find a marathon, and I need to do the check in my list. So it was 2008, and I decided to run in Italy, in Venice. And I prepared for this marathon 9 months. And actually, this process, preparing to the marathon start, was incredible, because I met new friends, I got new relations, I got better shape. So actually, and when I was on the start line, then this was like the festive part of the progress. I mean that this was the day I must enjoy, because now all preparation as made, and now I just need to run and make the check. And when I started to run, I had only in my mind that, okay, let's running, not walking. So that, please take this kind of pace that you run all these 42 kilometers. And I didn't had any expectation in time, so 5 hours, 4 hours, this is something not important for me. And when I closed the finish line, I was so happy. The time was under 4 hours. I didn't expect it that at all. And this was not difficult, because I was ready in physically and I was ready in mentally. So this is a very good example that, that this is actually now changed my lifestyle. So I have run 22 marathons. So, and I try to do 1 marathon per year. So it gives me good motivation to be in trainings and, you know, in good shape. And I'm definitely also better me at home, you know, for my kids, for my husband, and for my colleagues. So this is why you need running in your life.
Thank you, Rena. Actually, you provided very good information in your experience in running events, how it impacts people's life beyond its physical dimension. Thank you so much for wonderful answering and information. Now, I would like to ask a question to Sriksha Pradhan. You are Miss Nepal World 2023 and youth icon for Nepalese youngsters as well. As far as I know, you are connected with Nepalganj Marathon since last 2 years. And you know very good about Nepal's sports environment and Nepal's running culture now. I think you are very aware about that. My question to you is, do you think in this, your experience, what it tells that what is the actual status of running culture in Nepal? And second question is, how youths, Nepalese youngsters, can be attracted in running so that these new generation, this younger generation, they will contribute in our environmental stewardship. We know that running and environment are interconnected, so my question will focus in that aspect.
Thank you, and thanks for the honor of sharing this panel with such amazing people from across the world. It's lovely to be here, and I can read your faces. I feel like we all are missing some bit of running action because we've been sitting here in the space for a long time. We could have probably burned a lot of calories if we had gone a few laps around. You know, as a beauty queen, you might think that I calculate a lot of my calories all the time. But I have started seeing running as much beyond just fitness. It's about building a beautiful community. And when I participated 2 years ago in Nepal Ganj Marathon, I could see that. I could see the sheer joy of simply participating and building a network around. And I think that is the power of having a community that promotes running. And for me, the only social media I use is Instagram, and I think that the youths currently that are coming with amazing running clubs such as Artha Run Club, Meltdown Nepal, there's a Trashathon as well. They have an amazing marketing strategy to attract youths for running. And that is something that I've always seen in my feed, and I've wanted to participate, but I feel very reluctant because it's based in Kathmandu, and Kathmandu is one of the most polluted cities in the world right now. So I cannot imagine the health benefits of running right now in the most polluted city. It's pretty dangerous. So that is a huge challenge that us as Nepalese people, especially in the city area, are facing right now. And there are these obstacles of finding the right community outside of our city to join other running clubs as well. But what is so special about these youth-led running clubs is that they're very much working in the ground-up system. So they're very much building a community from the bottom up. That's a beautiful strategy that we can begin to incorporate, because then you make sure there's a sense of responsibility in each individual in carrying on that culture forward. And running is not a luxury, but it has become one. Maybe driving a car is something we think it's a basic need, but running, walking, using the streets is supposed to be a basic luxury. That has been stripped away whenever we say development and whenever we have a development project. So I think sports can come right there, not as just an entity that helps us, remember running and our practice, but also as a movement. It can help us in our fight for air pollution, clean air, I would say. So as I'm an environmentalist, and I recently participated in Miss World, and my only goal over there was to have my environmental activism, sustainable fashion, and this basic knowledge and nuance about preserving our environment, shifting that perspective. So I feel like, for me, that stage, which some people might see as sports, was a way of showing my art, showing my climate activism there on stage. Similarly, running any sports event does not need to be just a sports event. It can be an art activism as well. And as we've seen the examples that is in our brochures, that was in the presentation as well, we've beautifully combined environment stewardship with sports as well. So if we're able to take a form of sports, and combine it with a social message without being afraid to be political, I think that can create a beautiful ripple effect. You can start seeing people joining in the marathon, not just because they want to burn a few calories or not just because they want to win the end goal, but because they want to send a message while running. So for me, that is a beautiful connection that we can have. One strategy that we cannot forget is perhaps combining our running, our movement to what we want to, as youths, what we want for our future. So Al would love to add more on how we can connect advocacy, the right kind of advocacy, to continue building our culture in the next question, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Sricha, for beautiful answer. Actually, running and environment stewardship, they are interconnected, and I believe she answered very well, and she is the icon for Nepalese youngsters also. We have to think our environment, whatever we do, we have to think our environment also. So this running event and sports event and environment, they are interconnected, and our younger generation should follow our advice properly. Now I want to start second session. It will be little bit shorter, I think 3 minutes to each panelist. Please think this very carefully because we already lagging behind. My question to Mr. Root, that Mr. Root, you already told that how your sports association advanced from 0 level to now in this current level. So it is very informative for us. Another aspect of sports is global unity, better and safe world for everyone. So my question will be related to last aspect of today's panel session, global unity. How we can design sports event like marathon or running events so that we can maintain global unity for a better world for next generation and current generation.
Okay, for me, the marathon is one of the few sports in this world that regardless of your nation, your age, your gender, everyone can join, run together to the shared finish line. So for me, this is a very wonderful sport that the richest man in the world and the poorest man in the world can run together, unlike other sports. For me, that's why this make a very good society, good equality, everything. So we try to make the marathon very famous in not only my country, but I think in the global scale. Marathon will make a man or women to be a better part of themselves. For me, like before marathon, maybe I'm not that patient, I'm not that calm, something, but after train, I'm become the better part of myself. So I think if we have good things to try to promote the marathon in the global scale, it's very good. For example, we try to encourage all the people in our society to include in our event. I think this, in terms of the event organizer, the first time I don't think I should, is it my responsibility to inclusive all the gender, all the age to my event. But I have something to share with you. On my race, Bangsan 21, that one is a very famous, very popular. On maybe the 3rd edition, I opened the register and they just sold out 12,000, just one minute and 1.5 minutes. You know, that fast. I'm so proud and I'm so happy. But I realized later in the comment in the social media, there's one around 65 years old man say something in the comment. He say he happy that he can join my race, but he has to pay extra $6 to ask someone to help to register because my registration is online. And that guy, that age, they're not familiar with the IT. And they cannot do it very fast like that. So I come back and I think this a bit guilty for me that I'm not think about the one who not good in the IT, cannot access to my event. So after that, I create the special category we call 60 years old and over, open for special for that age group, and you can register for 1 month. I mean, no matter today, tomorrow, slowly register is okay. And also, I discount 50% from the normal runner to pay respect to the older generation can come to my race. And I say, I will accept the registration unlimited for this group you can come anytime. No matter how many of you come, we will accept all the registration. That I apply to all my series. That's very good, very wonderful. And I think, okay, our 10K we will have the most. Half marathon we will have more than 10K, and marathon we have the less. But at the real life, it's not like that. The most registration from the old people is marathon, 600. So I asking them why you register in the marathon. They say, maybe this is my life, the last one in my life to do. It's the last activity that I still not participate, but I would like to try at least once a time in life. So it's very, very powerful. Even I think that we have a lot of senior people to join us, and our medical team quite serious. Oh, you have 600 old people to join. But I can share with you, don't worry about this senior guy. They are not the serious competition. They passed the world so many years. So they very careful, run very slow and happy and enjoy. Unlike the 40 years or something, they compete too much. But this is a sample that we try to encourage. Not only this one. Some other children, some other party that they don't have the chance to join our event. So this just only in my country, and I think it's good that in the term of the globally, we may have the cooperation between the country, the area. That's make the marathon to be the most favorite sport in our world.
Thank you, Mr. Ruth, for your wonderful strategies to connect global people through marathon and running events. Actually, I think in last month, the organizer T.S. Thakuri, Janak Nepal, and other people also got participated in your running event. And I also look forward to participate in future if time and opportunity permits. My question now goes to Ms. Rena. My question is, from literature, I knew that your sports office organization hosted AIMS World Congress in 2018, I think, 22nd World AIMS Congress. And that should be the one milestone for Estonia. We Nepalganj Marathon and Nepalese people also want to conduct or host such type of big programs in our country. So, as an experienced organizer, what strategies, what are your key suggestions for us and for Nepalganj Marathon so that next or future World Congress, AIMS World Congress could happen in Nepal?
Yes, maybe I need to start to introduce you or clarify where Estonia is located. So I'm from Estonia. This is north of Europe, close to Finland and Sweden, and we have an eastern border with Russia. And we are a very small country. We are 3 times smaller than Nepal, and our population is just 1.3 million. So compared to Nepal, you have 30 inhabitants. The population is very big here compared to us. So we are really small country, and we became a member of AIMS in 2007. And one reason was that we organized marathon, but we had very few foreigner runners, and this was a really good opportunity if you have worldwide conference in your country, so you can introduce your country, introduce your city, and hopefully you will have also more runners. So we applied in 2016 in Athens, and yes, we succeed. So we got the rights to organize World Congress of AIMS in 2018 in Tallinn, and actually there are many aspects you need to think about. Of course, first is that you really want to do that. You know, you need to have the will. I want to do that, and of course behind that you need to have a goal. Why you need to do that? Is it about cultural reasons, or for example, is the about nature, or this is very important that why you want to do that, and you need to find out what are what makes you special. What makes you special, so that people would like to come here. And of course, you need to have also very good relationship with municipality and the city government, because they need to be behind you. And we had, I guess, one reason why we got the rights to host the Congress was that our president make an announcement, and our prime minister as well, to invite all member races to Estonia. So yes, what we came out from hosting the Congress was that in 2018 our marathon race there was 1,000 participants, but only 20% from abroad. But now, last year, our marathon is always in September. We had 2,000 participants in marathon race, and 45% of them was abroad. So we growed. Of course, the impact is not coming at the same time, but it is going year by year. So this is a good investment for your future, definitely.
Thank you, Ms. Rena. Actually, your experience, suggestions, and recommendations are useful for us because Nepalganj Marathon and other racing organization in Nepal, they obviously want to conduct or host such type of big event in Nepal, so that world, they know there is running culture, or there is some system about running in Nepal as well. So thank you so much. Now my question to Sriksha Pradhan. We all know that running is a science, one type of science. So in this international running conference, do you think after this running conference, or this running conference could become a milestone to connect communities with science? It is very necessary and important for younger generation and new generation also to connect community with science through running.
So my question would be, is running a science? Yes. Actually, you did say it's a default answer, but I really would like us to think about it a lot more. Is running a science, or is it a heritage? Something that lives within us, something that is so innate to our body. Nobody needs to prove that it's beneficial for us to begin running. That's the first thing that we did with our friends when we were little. So it's a very instinctual nature. And being an environmental science student, I've spent a lot of my time proving different theories, different facts, and that's a norm that we all follow very actively. But I'm afraid that it's kind of also challenges our heritage's existence. Does our heritage always need to be proven? We are right here talking about a beautiful path, beautiful running path that goes through our heritage, eco-cultural heritage, and that is our science, right? So as Nepali people, I really want us to value our eco-cultural heritage, because that is something that will, for a long time, help us not just with tourism, not just with economic growth, but actually for our climate action as well. When I was designing our Beauty with a Purpose initiative for Miss World, the requirement was so that we had to help someone and achieve something. But I took it as a challenge to stop using the words such as safe, underprivileged, undeveloped, poor country. I think it has been, for way too long, those words have bound our country. And it has, by default, set a narrative in our mindset that Nepal does not have enough to give to the world, when that's not the truth. when we have so much of science, so much of heritage right here. So I think I kind of learned this also through Nepal Ganj Marathon as well 2 years ago. That was already a beautiful milestone. And now we're here talking about a beautiful conference, beautiful running program. That is already a beautiful milestone for us. And I'm sure that there will be so many more coming forward. But what I do want us to realize is the culture we are setting. I am a youth who went abroad, studied there, and then I realized the answers were back home. And so I came back. I saw the strength of my country, and I felt that, okay, I need to come back. So that's why I want us as a community to set a culture where we not just talk about Nepal's weakness. I want us to talk about our strengths until a lot of people get tired. Because if we are able to see that, we will start valuing our heritage. And because we live in a very anthropocentric world where we think that humans are the solution providers, that humans are here to save the earth, that is one narrative that I hope that the running community slowly shifts away from. Because a deer runs, a snow leopard runs, and it's not to save humans, although they are doing a lot to save us as well. Similarly, when we run, maybe we can simply enjoy the atmosphere. I had this wonderful opportunity to play football in one of the highest altitudes in Nepal. And I've never played football before, and I did not even get to touch the football for once because I'm so bad at it. But even just staying there and experiencing the atmosphere, I learned a lot about what our country holds. And I just want to, if I want to run, I don't want to run to reach the final mark. I want to run for the joy, for the experience, for simply enjoying life. And when we do that, I know that advocacy, like I mentioned before, running community has the strength to solve air pollution in Kathmandu. That is how strong an advocacy running community can hold. But at the same time, may we be humble when we do that. May we not do it to save the earth, but to simply say that we are a part of it and we enjoy it. And that simple switch can really help a really beautiful, humble culture that does not focus on capitalizing on the heritage, on our science, but simply appreciating it. And appreciating the simple joys in life can really take us far. So thank you.
Thank you, Sricha, for beautiful answer. Your suggestion and your recommendation are very important and fruitful for this technical panel session. Because of time session, I would like to conclude this panel session, Running for Sustainable Future, a journey of health, education, climate action, and global unity. Thank you so much for this wonderful information and experience sharing to our great panelists. Thank you so much to our all attendees for this deep patience. I think you enjoyed a lot. Whatever be the duration of today's panel discussion, one fact I understand and I believe that everyone should accept there will be the principle of environmental responsibility and principle of persons' eagerness to serve environment will be applied everywhere. Whether you run in the narrow trail or whether you run in urban environments or in mountains or forest, each step of running is a contribution towards a healthier life, more better world, more safe planet, and for global unity. Once again, thank you so much to all the panelists and all our attendees. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
And we should thank Dr. Jit Chand because he was only the moderator who concluded his panel on time. So big round of applause to Dr. Jit Chand. And thank you to our panelist, Mr. Ruth, President of Thailand Mass Participation Sports Association. Likewise, Ms. Rina Nellis, General Secretary, Sports Event Team, Estonia, and our Miss Nepal World 2023, Ms. Sricha Pradhan. As Sricha has said that running is running a science or more than that, but we can say that running is more than a sports. It's a powerful movement for a sustainable future. And it's also with very stride we might provide or promote healthier lives in the world. Likewise, open doors to education, raise awareness for the climate action also, and unite communities across borders. So let us keep running, not just for ourselves, but for a healthier planet and informed generation and more connected world, because we all are connected through the running. And we are gathered here for the Nepal International Running Conference 2025. And we have almost come to the end of this running conference. But before we conclude, we have the very special presentation from Belgrade. So we will be seeing the special presentation by Dejan Nikolic. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. So please give our big round to Mr. Dejan Nikolic from Belgrade Marathon, and he will be presenting you the special presentation, Belgrade Marathon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, you see, namaste. Good evening. I have, oh, may I have a mic? Sorry. Okay, very good. So I have chosen that photograph, of course, for purpose. Thank you, organizers, for having me here for this, let's call it special presentation. And really, I'm honored and privileged to be here. Thank you very much. It was so good so far. And I want to congratulate PS Takuri and Bim Oki and other people who are in organization team here for doing a great job and making two historic events, actually. One of that is the board meeting, IMS board meeting, which is the first global big meeting of sports in Nepal, as far as I learned, and that is very important and very good for you. And the second one is this conference, which is the first running conference in Nepal, which is as well very, very good and very important. And that's part of that what we as IMS are doing, supporting the organizers even that way, because most of the panelists were IMS board members. Those are people who are very experienced and who really know what we are talking about when we are talking about running. Another thing is actually, I'm now in big trouble because I'm the last speaker. So I hope, I hope you will not fall asleep. That's the first thing. I try to keep your concentration. The second one is another. I was listening very carefully, all very good panelists and speakers, and they gave me another level of inspiration for not only that what I have prepared as my presentation, but for some other possible comments, because that's, as I learned, very important for most of you wanting to learn what we may offer from here and what kind of experience we may exchange, because that is part of our job in IMS, to exchange the experience. So we hope you will be satisfied with that, what I have to say this time. Okay, my presentation is related to Belgrade Race Through History. I make it short, try to be effective, and do some other things which I think came out of that what was so far interesting for you as participants at this conference. So I guess I have to make this thing going. Is it working? Okay, sorry. I made a wrong press. So, the future within history, magic of Belgrade, spectacle of Kalemegdan Fortress, the postcard for the whole world. In the glory of Belgrade, a blend of sport, history, and culture. Glamour of the capital. Those are only some of the titles in foreign medias about the Belgrade Race to History. And what that race is about, I'll try to show. The Belgrade Race Through History, a unique one in the world. It may sound pretentious, perhaps, but we've been talking already, many of you mentioned that some of your races, or most of your races actually, which I would agree with, are unique in the world for many reasons. And we'll talk about that just a little bit later. So I think it's not pretentious, and we'll try to explain just a little bit later. So As Rena said just a couple of minutes ago, since I'm here in Nepal and most of my friends know that I'm here, they try to find out where Nepal is because not many of them really know. They've heard about Nepal, but they don't know where Nepal is. And that's important again for this conference because people are trying to understand where Nepal is and how it looks like and what may offer. So Serbia, as you may see, is the country where I'm coming from, is located in Southeast Europe, right in the center of the Balkan Peninsula. Although landlocked means surrounded by other countries, and as we learned at Ruth's conference, actually forum, just 2 weeks ago, a lady who had a presentation, it was Tony, she found a very nice expression, not landlocked, it's land-linked to other countries. So it's very good, and I will use that in the future. So it's a major crossroad between Central and Southern Europe, making it strategic hub. And that's very important for the race that I will make a short presentation of. And that's the famous pan-European corridor. It passes through Serbia, linking Western Europe with Greece, Turkey, and other countries. Throughout the history, Serbia has been a cultural and political crossroads between the Eastern and West world, and so on. Just a little bit more about that. I'm trying to figure out, okay. Just shortly about geography, as you said, is part of the Iron Gates Gorge, one of the most dramatic river gorges in Europe, carved by Danube River between Serbia and Romania. And wouldn't go really further much, but that's the shape of the country itself. I don't know why it's repeating, although I'm pushing the one that I think is the right one. Okay, some pictures about the country itself, which is very nice and beautiful, of course, for myself. I hope you agree with that as well, because there is everything of nature but sea. So we don't have a sea, but as you see, we have ski resorts as well, which are very interesting for the whole touristic promotion of the country. I'm really sorry about this. Okay, a little bit about the history, just shortly, I hope. So 17 Roman emperors were born in Serbia, which is perhaps strange for you because Serbia was part of the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago, and that's part of Belgrade history as well, which is very important. So in the 14th century, the Tsar Dusan, the Serbian Tsar, the mighty, made Serbia became one of the most powerful empires in Europe, stretching from the Adriatic to the Aegean Sea. So, and then the Vinca culture thrived around nearly 6,000 years BC, making it older than ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. It was first discovered in Vinca, a suburb of Belgrade, right along the Danube River, and then we are coming to the race through history. This wasn't my picture, I don't know how it came to it. And it is nice though, but I'm sorry, very sorry about this. This is not part of the presentation, so. The next, yeah, that's what I'm trying, but okay. I don't know how this picture came. Very sorry, this is not nice. Okay, this is something about the history, which now I will not repeat, because that was prepared for a much longer presentation anyway, and I'm a little bit annoyed. Okay, now we came to Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, and that's very important for the race itself. Belgrade is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Europe, with a history dating back over 6,000 years. And this 6,000 years is extremely important for the race, because the race itself is long 6,000 meters. So it's not marathon, it's not half marathon, it's not 10K, it is 6,000 meters for a very specific reason. And I will explain it just a little bit later. So it's the biggest city in Europe, located at the confluence of two rivers, which you may see, and that's part of the history which is making really everything about the life in Belgrade. So due to its strategic position at the crossroad of east and west, north and south, Belgrade has been destroyed and rebuilt more than 40 times in a history and has witnessed over 100 battles throughout the history. So one thing is good, so it's good strategic position, the other one is not, because in the past there were a lot of whatever tribes and armies passing by, going back and destroying the city. Okay, Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, and basically this place, it's part of the place where the Belgrade race through history is going on. So you see it's the confluence of big confluence of two rivers. It's the biggest confluence of two rivers in Europe. By the way, this is the main monument on that fortress. This is the main Orthodox church in Belgrade, in the whole Serbia. Okay, now we are come to the point very shortly, hopefully. The Belgrade Marathon Company, events that we organize throughout the year, is the Belgrade Marathon itself since 1988, Children's Marathon since 1992, Women's Race since 1996, as you see, Belgrade Race Through History since 1996, and the last one, Belgrade Runway Run since 2018. Why those races? And that's part of our strategy, what to do. To promote Belgrade the way that is unique for Belgrade. To use, of course, Belgrade Marathon as every one of you in the world are using, because the marathon is something that nearly all the capital cities, or nearly, I think, even all capital cities in the world have. And everybody should ask why big cities have the marathon. So there are many reasons, of course. And one of them is that the marathon organizing in the city is the best postcard. And I agree with Mr. I think Sarma from Touristic Organization of Nepal, which mentioned something like this, and that's great opportunity for each city when it comes to the general picture of the city itself. All other races that we are organizing are set up in special places. So that's another level of uniqueness. Children's Marathon, you will see just a little bit later, shortly, is at Belgrade Zoo, which is another touristic attraction. Women's Race is at the resort, touristic resort in Belgrade, which is on the island. There is a lake, and there is a path around the lake, which is exceptional, very nice place for something like this. Belgrade Race Through History, a very specific one, and then Belgrade Runway Run, which you will see shortly as well. Okay, at least I'm consistent, so I'm repeating the pictures. The second name of this, what I wanted to say, is urban spectacles. Why? For many reasons. That only running may be doing that what no other event and no other sport may do. As we learned from many people around, starting from Paco today, who said many good things about running, which is not basically difficult because we know what the running is, how basically simple is, who may apply and be part of running movement, that everybody of us may run, old, young, women, men, equally, nearly. And it's good for health, it's good for your well-being, for many other things, and may be implemented anytime. Now we go out and may run in the morning alone or with anyone else, and it's very good. So that's something that I learned from people like those who were legends and who are really the founders of running movement in the world. Those people are Fred Liebel, the founder and longtime director of New York City Marathon, Horst Milde, the founder and longtime director of Berlin Marathon, Chris Bacher, longtime director and founder of London Marathon. So I may say I'm really privileged and was blessed to be taught by them. On the other hand, that changed the course of my life completely in a positive way, so I would say so. And okay, the scene is coming with the Belgrade Marathon. On the other hand, why spectacle? I didn't explain completely. Not only because of spectacular places where you may organize your races, but because of complete atmosphere that you may do. Ruth just mentioned previously why spectacle. It is because of celebration, because of festivals. So the running events may do many other things. For example, right now we have a Roland Garros, one of the most famous tournament in tennis in the world, but we cannot see Paris. We see only the court, we see only the pitch, and we see 2 players, which is good when it comes to sport, but you cannot see the city. You cannot see any other attraction. So running is completely different, and that's our privilege to be in that sport, to use it the best possible way for our local community as well. On the other hand, Rashid had just 2 weeks ago Rabat Diamond League, very good track and field meet. But you cannot see Rabat, you see just the track and athletes running there. But the marathons and all other races that we organize are giving us this type of really spectacle. Okay, I guess we are going further, hopefully. Okay, some of the scenes, of course, everybody of us may do that in our own city, dealing with our authorities, and they like to see these type of photographs. So this is easier part of it. And as I said, again, marathon is for everybody nearly the same thing. Now we are coming to some other events. This is the video, which we will not have a chance to see. Of course, we go further. Okay, just the start of Belgrade Marathon, of course. Sorry about this mess, but Children's Marathon, as something, as I said, it's in a Belgrade Zoo, and so far we had in 29 years 450,000 kids running. 450,000 kids from 250 kindergartens in city in Belgrade. And there is a very interesting event for kids, and we have a video here as well, but we'll not have a chance to present it right now. Women's race, basically the same thing. As I said, it's a very interesting and popular race. And then we come just to last 2 of the events that I wanted to show. Sorry about women's race. I like it very much, but that doesn't want to stop. Sorry. I'm really trying my best and doing this button. I don't know what's going on. Must be I'm wrong. Okay, I guess we are going to the Belgrade Runaway Run. Why those 2 things I want to point out? Belgrade Runaway Run and Belgrade Race Through History as the last things. Both of them are organized at the places that usually you don't do the race. So that means you have to deal with somebody that you don't deal with, usually. And that's not easy to deal with, to set up the race, and to make, hopefully, everybody satisfied, which is not easy. So the Belgrade Run, we organized 2018 for the first time, and as you may see, of course, the name itself says where it is. It is at a runaway of Belgrade Airport. What's interesting there, Belgrade Airport has only 1 runway, so no 2, no 3. So we have to stop the traffic completely. And that was for the first time in the history of Belgrade Airport, which is 80 plus years, that the air traffic stopped. Even not emergency landings, although Belgrade is on a crossroad, as I just said, crossroad between those 4 sides of the world. And the second thing, actually the first thing, we have to deal with international flight control to get the permission for something like this, which is very difficult. First year we had a lot of problem with that. The second one, we have a restricted amount of time to do it. It's just 3 hours to do everything, to make a setup, to have the race, to go away like nothing happened. There are inspections to go throughout the runway to see whether something stayed or not, because it is extremely dangerous if the first plane lands and go further. But that race became something that everybody wanted to run. That's very interesting from the just beginning of the race itself, and you will see how it looks like. I hope this video will work. No, okay. Is there any sound? Is there sound? It was the sound, but that's not mine. I'm very sorry. I hope you will have a couple of minutes, just more attention. Okay, that's it. The runners are coming at midnight, and the race starts 1:30 in the morning. So the last plane came, the control is stopping with working. Race participants are going on a runway by buses, of course. It's big fun there, and everybody really enjoyed this. You may see it. It's highly demanded event. Spectacle. Now the chopper comes. Lights on the road for the runners. It may be the fastest race in the world because it's flat, of course. It's runway. Now it's 5K. Next year will be 10K, but we don't have more time for a longer race so far. Water cannons for the winner. Like the planes are coming to the airport. Very nice one. We have now new management of the airport. Thank you. Thank you. We have a new management of the airport in Belgrade. It's a French company, and now we have to convince them to continue this thing. They like it, but it's another level of negotiations. So, okay, I think it's clear that it is really a spectacle. And Belgrade Race Through History, as I said, it was 1996, but it took us 3 years to make it happen. 3 years, for many reasons, including the one that is very complicated to set up the course and to run. But the idea was to combine history, culture, and sport. And I think Mr. Sarma said that the main points of selling Nepal as tourism attraction and tourism spot is, if I remember well, culture, nature, adventure, which is very good. So those are the points for something like a spectacle for you in Nepal. That's at least my opinion. So it took us nearly 3 years to set up the race, and one of the first things was the name, Belgrade Race Through History. It's very long. It's unusual, but again, that's the only possible thing to explain what the race is all about, and we'll now see it. So the first one, 96, as I said, so the Belgrade Race Through History is a unique annual race, I have to say, so far for elite runners, that combines athleticism or running with the rich cultural heritage of Serbia's capital. The race covers approximately 6 kilometers, which is 5,340 meters, through Belgrade's ancient Kalemegdan fortress, offering participants a scenic journey through cobblestones, paths, grasses, areas, and bridges, tunnels, and so on. So you'll see later on. What's for us was a big challenge was to negotiate with usually not companies and institutions that you are not negotiating, organizing the race. One of them was Serbian Academy of Science and Arts, because the Belgrade Fortress is the monument of extreme importance for Belgrade and for Serbia history and heritage. So we had to be very careful how to do it, to work with Institute for Archaeology, Institute for History, and among other things, the public company called Belgrade Fortress, which is taking care of that event. So no other event was ever before organized, any type of, but the Belgrade Race Through History. That's, again, showing us the power of running. And I just wanted to convince you in how good and interesting sport we are. Of course, all costumes are made and prepared by us, I mean by company Belgrade Marathon. We've worked a lot on it, and you will see that we tried to use any special things in the organization of the event, from press conferences to other activities. So the race was introduced to showcase Belgrade's rich history and culture through sports, so since something similar to Nepal, what Nepal is trying as well to do, and I hope successfully. The race serves as a living testament of Belgrade enduring spirit, intervening athleticism or running with the city story at past. In 1999, despite the NATO bombing, which was something that happened to Serbia and Belgrade, in then Yugoslavia, the race still took place as a symbolic Meteorite group run, a powerful act of athleticism. Okay, what's interesting, so this is the Belgrade Fortress, and it's drawing of our famous artist. So Belgrade race through history, running literary race through centuries, passing Roman ruins, Ottoman walls, medieval gates, and First and Second World War monuments, all within a few kilometers. Unlike typical city race, this course includes cobblestones, uneven terrain, steep staircases, which you will see, tunnels, ramps, and bridges. Every twist and turn offers a new historic landmark and a new physical challenge. I made this presentation in Thailand, in Bang Saen, thanks to Ruth, thank you very much. But I had the privilege there to have a runner whose name is Paul Tergat, one of the best runners ever in the world, who was the one who was promoting this race, participating 4 times. And although he's one of the best runners in the world ever, he never won the Belgrade Race to History, which for him was a big, big challenge. He was coming 4 times in a row, every time as a world cross-country champion, as a world champion, as a world record holder in 10,000, half marathon, marathon, and never won. And then he said, I want to be your ambassador for always. So please do it for me, so which we did gratefully. Okay, I guess one of you here, at least one of you, will recognize this drawing. And I will point out immediately on Hugh Jones here. Yes, okay, you admit. This is very specific course, of course, and Hugh did it basically twice, but the final one was in 1997. And if I may say, you said it's one of the most difficult courses that you have ever measured in your life. Am I right? Okay, so that's another level of interesting, how the course is really, really interesting, with very sharp turns, with downhills, uphills. Some of the runners didn't want to run, to tell you, although they were cross-country runners, because it's so difficult. And you will see, some of them wanted special insurance, including Paul Tergat for the first race. But then, later on, it became very, very popular. So it is a profile of the course, which you see. There are many uneven part of the course. Okay, and this is part of the strategy of the race. So it's unlimited possibilities of doing the Belgrade Race Through History every year different. That's something what's interesting for the runners, for the medias, for sponsors. Each year was a different logo, means design, from different eras in the history of Belgrade, which was very challenging. It was expensive too, but as you see, it is each one of those, it was 6 races so far, and one guy who is worthy of mentioning is Petar Palfi, a friend of mine who now is not here with us, but he made everything of that, including costumes, including scenography for each of the race, which was each of them different, as I said. And his wife who made the trophy. The trophy is called Singidunum, and it's one of the Roman names of Belgrade. Okay, those are the partners for the Belgrade Race to History. Some of them I have mentioned. No need to really do it. The first one, as you see, it's 1996. The best runners in the world at that time were with us. This guy came as a fresh world champion in cross country, it's Paul Tergat. All others, they were 25 in the first year, were among the best ever or promising runners. Some of them won Olympic medals later on. Why them? Because having elite runners, elite athletes, is good for the medias, of course. And that was one of the messages which we did very successfully. And the first promoter of the race was this guy. It's hard to recognize him. That guy is Steve Ovett. he is Olympic champion and world record holder. So he was there, he was promoting the race and said that's the best race or the most interesting race that he saw in history, and he was running a lot of cross countries. So, of course, winners, unfortunately, Paul Tergat is not the winner. He was second there, 96. And why this picture is because at that year, 96, for the first time, we used a setup which is the Institute of Archaeology in Belgrade. And the first thing, the guy who is a scientist, he said, no, we never had a press conference in this place, so we cannot have it. Of course we had it, because later on he understood that it's very good for the race and very good for him and for Institute. And journalists were very impressed. So that's how it started. Each detail was very important, including all press conferences, because all of them were on different places, the places that never been used before for press conferences. Okay, 97 came with another costumes, another era, in the period of the time of the history of Belgrade. Just some of the scenes. I will make it speed it up. Paul Tergat again second, unfortunately. Henry Kramala, one of the best marathon runners, won there. Okay, so as I suggested, route to equip his team, his crew, particularly ladies, with special costumes. So perhaps TC Tankuri may do the same with the ladies. I think would be very interesting for everybody. So that's our team. Ladies, of course. Men were differently dressed, and that was our breakfast on a day of race. As you may see, it's really interesting. And Tergat enjoyed a lot. Again, press conference was held in Nebojša Tower, an old watchtower near the Humagain fortress, for the first time. Okay, then we included that year the women's race, as you perhaps saw, but we may come later on to it. So 98. You may see it is very, very, very steepy, very interesting, very sharp turns. And the winner was Filip Mosima. He was world record holder as a junior on 10,000 and was very promising athlete, showing his potential there. Another press conference and another, these are catacombs under the city of Belgrade, never used before. And in old traditional Serbian way, waiting for the journalist. We included the children's race for the reason on down, of course not running on a fortress, running on a flat part of the course, which is down there. Those are the kids who are the best, the fastest kids in the town who previously participated at the children's marathon. So it was prize for them to be part of that event, and they were very happy about that. We tried to keep going on with them, to stay in athletics, in running, to make them running interesting, and for them that was really very interesting. Okay, that's something for journalists. So journalists liked that very much, so we organized the archery tournament for them, and from that year on it was every year. Came to 99, and the runners, again, the best runners in the world that year. Out of 25, 10 of them were the best in the world, which meant, you will see later on just shortly, why that was so important. As you see, it's extremely steepy and very difficult to run. Okay, we are coming to conclusion very soon, again, specific place. And by the way, this gun is the gun from 16th century, original one. They allowed us to do this, to make the start for the race itself. From that one. Okay, 2009. Why I'm showing each year, because you cannot immediately see, but the costumes and everything else is giving the difference between the previous race and previous races. So some of the races are apart in the history of Belgrade 100 years, even something like from 15th, 16th, or 17th century. Okay, this is the president of European Athletics, some of the promoters, the race itself. You saw already pretty many of these things. Okay, the prizes were very specific, something from Serbian tradition, not really just ordinary medals. Okay, winners. Paul Tergat as the promoter. So now we are coming to conclusion. Why unique? So the Belgrade Race Through History guest of honor, Paul Tergat. I loved this race. It was so unusual, and I never even won it. I was second 3 times and a third, but I always said I'd like to end my career with this race. Paul Tergat, Track and Field News, USA. But that's not all. There are some other things as well coming. Okay, Paul liked our team, so that's definitely, you may see it, as I liked as well. So he wanted to make photographs all the time, and that was in foreign medias because it was interesting to them. A lot of photographs, of course. We included Army for a specific reason because Army and police, they wanted for their special units this race. They wanted to see how challenging is the course, and that was interesting for us because they are supporting us and we allowed them a special race to be part of the whole thing. Okay, that's a video. We don't have a chance for it. It's 5 minutes, but we are coming to the end. Okay, this is the last year, 2010, that it was organized, and we intend to organize next year back again. So I use this opportunity to tell you that we are already in negotiations with the city authorities and other authorities to do it back again. By the way, I guess you recognize this guy. I'll go back. Hope it will work out. Yes? Okay, at that race, the last one, 2010, the guy who won is Benjamin Menjo, the one who was the best in the world that year in 5,000. Another one who was here fourth, he was the best in 10,000, 5,000. So they had a first clash in Belgrade. Another people who were in the race are very important. So this guy, I guess you recognize, it's Eliud Kipchoge, who as a marathon runner ran there, so it's him, and the guy there in red shorts is the world record holder on 3,000 steeplechase, Shaheen. So he, as the 3,000 steeplechase world record holder, he was the fourth in the race. So it's saying how serious the race and difficult is to run. Okay, this is conclusion basically. So IAAF has an organization which is called the Foundation of IAAF, or International Foundation, which at the end said that we can inform you that the Belgrade Race Through History is the only athletic event to which Foundation has given economic support in 2009. So you may understand how important and unique, so it's IAAF who is saying the unique one we consider the race to be. And then explanation that they don't support races, they support something which is important for the federations, like development and so on. And that is from Track and Field News, which is a Bible of, we know, track and field, which is saying spectacle and unique race. So that's how we started, actually. Urban spectacle and unique race. And that's basically the conclusion of it. And I wouldn't go, of course, this is the medias which were following basically all the medias in the world. Even BBC, there's a documentary program. They wanted to have a special coverage of the Belgrade Race Through History. And all other big ones worldwide, so they've been covering it. Those two guys are very important for this, Paul Tergat and Petar, that is not here with us, as a designer of the race. And now this is just the future of the race in 2 sentences. We are working back again with the Serbian Academy of Science and Arts with the historic facts of the history of Belgrade Fortress to put it in next edition of the race, where this is going to be background. Most of these things are going to be in 3D. And the only thing that is going to be really alive and currently on TV, because this is TV project with 20-something cameras we followed, is going to be runners. So the runners are the guiders through the history. And that is actually the message, why we have the Belgrade Race Through History. So I would like to thank you for your patience here, and to say that I learned very much today from you about that, what we want to do in the future, to use running as a unique activity in many aspects, including that what was, I think, your Rena and other ladies, like science. Is it running science? If you remember, in Osaka 2 years ago, Yamamoto, the Nobel Prize winner, he said it is a science, and he is a Nobel Prize winner. So if he says it is a science, then we may accept it like that. And the health is big benefit in running. One of the very important things is the fourth cause of death in the world is physical non-activity. Non-activity. And running we may implement any place, and that's a good point in promoting and selling our events. So basically that was it. I hope everybody of you may do at least part of it and implement it, and I thank you once more for your patience, and I'm sorry about some problems during this presentation. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation about the Belgrade Marathon. Dejan Nikolic. And we are almost at the end of our conference, but before we conclude, I have some names to be mentioned as a special guest, and we have a very gracious presence of Honorable Deepa Sharma, a member of Federal Parliament. So please welcome her with a round of applause. Likewise, we have also the presence of Honorable Damodar Paudel Bairagi, a member of Federal Parliament. Likewise, Honorable Surya Dhakal, member of Federal Parliament also. We have also presence. And Honorable Renu Shah, member of Madhesi Commission. And likewise, Honorable Kamala Oli, she is communication commissioner from the National Information Commission. And also Om Prasad Devkota, as he is one of the founder members of Nepalganj Marathon. And we also have the Ramesh Paudel, President of Climbing Association of Nepal. So before we proceed to the conclusion, there is one small program of handing over the token of love from the Pokhara Marathon to our special guest. So I would like to request the chairperson from Pokhara Marathon, Dil Bahadur Gurung, and he is accompanied with the former president Tej Gurung and the founder president of Pokhara Marathon, Khadak Rana Bhat. I would like to request all three delegates to come on the stage, and we will be handing over the token of love from Pokhara Marathon to the president of AIMS, Paco Barao. Please, we'd like to have you on the stage for the handing over of the token of love from Pokhara Marathon. And thank you, Mr. President, for all your love, support, and kind gestures you have shown to us. And it's a matter of pride that you are here, and Pokhara Marathon organizing committee is handing over the token of love to our AIMS President, Paco Borao. Now, it's time to hand over the token of love to Hugh Jones, Secretary of AIMS. Please. And after the handing over of the token of love to all our special guests and delegates, we will be having a group photo with them also. Now, it's turn to hand over the token of love to AI Boka, Treasurer AIMS. He's not present here? Okay, no worries. Then we'll hand over it to him afterwards. So please welcome Sarah Sanchez, Personal Secretary, AIMS President. She will hand over to Boka. Now it's turn to hand over the token of love to T.S. Thakuri, AIMS Ambassador Nepal, Chair Nepal International Running Conference. T.S. Thakuri. He is quite popular within us because he get a round of applause. And I would like to request all our delegates to come on the stage for this group photo with token of love. Please join us for a group photo. And then we will be handing over to the token of love to all our delegates from the organizers of International Running Conference 2025. Thank you very much, the organizers of Pokhara Marathon and our delegates. Now it's turn to hand over the token of love from the organizers, and to do the honor, I would like to request Honorable Deepa Sharma to come on stage, and likewise Honorable Surya Dhakal to come on stage to hand over the token of love to our delegates. And I would also like to request Mr. Janak Nepal to come on stage to hand over the token of love, Mr. Bhim Oli, and our President T.S. Thakuri. And to start with, I would like to request President Paco Borao to come on stage to take away this token of love. Mr. Satapon. Satapon. Mr. Satapon.
Satapon.
Satapon, yeah. Sarah Sanchez. Sarah Sanchez. And I'd like to request all the guests to stay on the stage so that we can have the group photo afterwards. A token of love to Miss Rena Nellis. Now the turn of Rajesh Becha. Mr. Root from Thailand. I would like to request Mr. Om Prakash Devkota to come on stage. Om Prakash Devkota to come on stage to hand over the token of love to our delegates. Mr. Nichapat Surat, it's very complicated to pronounce, you know, Mr. Nichapat. Miss Nichapat. Thank you. Rachid Ben. Achara from Thailand. Mr. Pleng Shang. Pia Fan. Dejan Nikolic. Gerald Freyer. Branislav Konyer. Branislav. Robin Ivan Jones. Mr. Komkrit. Khelkud. Mr. Khelkud. Takeos, Vietnam. I would like to request Honorable Damodar Paudel Bairagi to come on stage to hand over the token of love. Nguyen Antu. Akira from Japan. Kevin Pereira, Senior VP, Tata Mumbai Marathon, and Coral Sandeep Madan, VP, Tata Mumbai Marathon. With this, we'll give a pose for a group photo with all our delegates and distinguished guests. Group photo. Our official photographer, Mr. Binod, will be making arrangements for the group photo. He is the director of photography for today. DOP, Mr. Binod. Please, I would like to request all our guests to stay on the line so that everyone will be captured very properly and none of us will be, missing on the photograph. On the demand of photographer, please, I would like to request you to squeeze a bit so that we will have you all in one photograph. Say cheese. Thank you very much. As we have come to the closing of International Running Conference, let us remember running is not just an athletic act, it's a statement. It is a celebration of freedom, health, resilience, and also a matter of unity. From the snowy trails of Everest to the buzzing bubble walls of Mumbai, from Hyderabad cultural pulse to the Kupandol's spiritual welcome, running brings the world closer 1 mile at a time. And thank you for being a part of this wonderful journey. Let's continue to chase dreams, break boundaries, and run for better tomorrow. And to commence the vote of thanks, I would like to request Mr. Vim Woli to come on stage to thank you all and deliver a vote of thanks.
Namaste, good evening to all our respected legend personalities, guests who came from Spain, America, Morocco, Vietnam, Thailand, Japan, India, England, Estonia, Slovakia, especially AIMS President Paco and Secretary Hugh John, Treasurer Alboka, and our Honorable Parliament Member Surya Dhakal, Deepa Sharma, Damodar Paudel, Honorable Madhesi Commission Member Renu Saha, and Commission former Member Kamala Wali. To all our guests, I like to vote of thanks to who participate in our program, and it is our international race conference who organized the Nepalganj Marathon, organized this type of the great successful program in the Kathmandu. So I would like to request and I would like to vote of thanks to all participants in our different organizer from the Pokhara, Kathmandu and Annapurna Everest Marathon. So at last, from this side of the organizer, every year I will going to organize this type of the program. सम्पूर्ण आदरणीय महानुभावहरू, हामीले हाम्रो कार्यक्रमहरूलाई विभिन्न योजनाका साथ अगाडि बढायौं। यो कार्यक्रममा हाम्रा माननीय ज्यूहरू, हाम्रा पत्रकार ज्यूहरू, हाम्रो लामो रेसका मैराथन धावकहरू, ओलम्पियन खेलाडीहरू, राष्ट्रिय खेलकुद परिषदका सदस्य सचिवज्यू र विभिन्न प्रतिनिधित्व गर्ने संघ संस्थाका अगुवाहरू, खेल प्रेमी महानुभावहरू सबैले यस कार्यक्रममा सौहार्दपूर्ण ढंगले भाग लिनुभयो। बिहानदेखि अहिलेसम्म हामीलाई साथ दिनुभयो। यो आयोजना तपाई हाम्रो सबैको तसर्थ हाम्रो अनुरोधलाई, हाम्रो निमन्त्रणालाई स्वीकारेर यहाँहरूले जुन आफ्नो समय व्यतीत गर्नुभयो, खर्चिनुभयो, थोरै भए पनि हाम्रो इन्टरनेशनल रेस कन्फरेन्सका बारेमा केही जान्ने उत्सुकता राख्ने प्रयास गर्नुभयो र हाम्रा मोडरेटरहरूले, हाम्रा प्यानलिस्टहरूले तपाईहरुलाई जुन विषयवस्तुमा विभिन्न धारणाहरू पस्केर हाम्रो खेलको इतिहासका बारेमा, खेलको विकासका बारेमा, विभिन्न देशहरूको खेलको अवस्थाका बारेमा जानकारी गराउने प्रयास गर्नुभयो। तसर्थ यो नेपाली इतिहासमा पहिलो पटक हाम्रो इन्टरनेशनल अथवा वर्ल्ड फेडरेसनको हिसाबले एम्सका प्रेसिडेन्ट पाको बाराकोको उपस्थितिमा हामीले यो कार्यक्रमलाई भव्यतापूर्वक सफल पार्न, सम्पन्न गर्न सफल भएका छौं। तसर्थ विभिन्न देशहरूबाट पाल्नु हुने महानुभावहरू, हाम्रा एम्बासडरहरू, सबै खेलकुदका स्पोर्ट्सका एम्बासडरहरू, हाम्रा रेस डाइरेक्टरहरू सबैलाई फेरि पनि नेपालगञ्ज म्याराथनको आयोजकको तर्फबाट, फाउन्डर मेम्बरको तर्फबाट धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौं र आगामी दिनहरुमा पनि नेपालगञ्ज म्याराथनले आयोजना गर्ने यस्तै सबै खाले कार्यक्रमहरुमा यहाँहरुको सहभागिता रहनेछ। प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूपले यहाँहरुले सहयोग गर्नुहुनेछ भन्ने अपेक्षा सहित यो आयोजना गर्ने हाम्रो आयोजकको संयोजकको टीएस ठकुरी लगायत यसमा जनक नेपाल र सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरू जो हाम्रो यो प्रतियोगिता यो कार्यक्रमलाई सहभागी गराउन आउनुभयो सबैलाई हामी हृदयदेखि आभार प्रकट गर्न चाहन्छौँ, धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ र यहाँहरूको अब देश फर्कने आफ्नो देशमा जाने जुन यात्राको क्रममा हुनुहुन्छ तसर्थ यहाँहरूको यात्रा पनि सफल रहोस्। आगामी दिनहरूमा नेपाल र नेपालभन्दा बाहिरका देशहरूको सम्बन्ध हामीले राखेर अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ। तसर्थ खेलकुदले भाइचाराको सम्बन्ध कायम गर्नेछ, सद्भावको सम्बन्ध कायम गर्नेछ, एकताको सम्बन्ध कायम गर्नेछ र खेलकुदको माध्यमबाट समृद्ध नेपाल निर्माण गर्ने कुरामा टेवा पुर्याउनेछ भन्ने अपेक्षा सहित सबै सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरूलाई फेरि पनि धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्दै मेरो भनाइ यहाँ अन्त गर्दछु। धन्यवाद। जय खेलकुद, जय म्याराथन।